Sorry about the delay, but we finally have everybody here. So will you please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Mr. Villalobos, will you make the TV coverage announcement and follow that with the roll call?
Yes, thank you, sir. The Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County of Santa Barbara Television, CSB TV, Channel 20 at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, Salinas Valley, Santa Maria, and Orchid areas. Rebroadcasts of Planning Commission hearings are on Fridays at 5 p.m. on CSB TV, Channel 20. Today's hearing will also be streamed live on the county's website and will be available to download in a day or two. Now for roll call, Commissioner Bradley.
Here.
Commissioner Cooney.
Here.
Commissioner Farini.
Here.
Commissioner Blau.
Here.
And Chair Park.
Here.
Thank you.
And Mr. Wilson, will you give us the agenda status report?
Good morning, Chair, members of the Commission. The items on the agenda for today, we have the continuation of the appeal for the McIlhenny homestay permit, as well as we have the continuation for the appeal of the West Coast Farms cannabis cultivation. And then looking on the agenda currently lists that we'll be taking a recess at 11:30 a.m. For holiday luncheon. And then on the return from that, we will have the Herbal Angels cannabis operation, and staff is prepared and ready to present on all those items today. And the one thing for clarification, Chair, is if we had a time certain or if we knew when Herbal Angels would be coming back, so those people that are watching or maybe traveling today could have an idea of when they may be hearing that item. So that concludes the status of the agenda today.
And so what have we, been telling the people that would be involved in the Herbal Angels thing? Have we informally been informing them of some time when we'd be likely to be doing this?
Yes.
And
So a lot of people have been asking me. I told them it was likely not to come up until after our lunch break.
Well, given the weather and the difficulty getting down here, I think we should set a time certain, and let's make it 1:30. All right. And Mr. Wilson, can you give us the projection report?
Chair, members of the Commission, looking at the projection report, the next hearing will be December 11th next week, and that will be in Santa Maria. One item of note is the Causeway appeal. There has been a request for continuation on that item. And so as of now, we'll be having, there's one item listed for that day in Santa Maria, which is the appeal of the Hacienda cannabis cultivation operation. And then moving down, we still don't have any items projected for January 8th. We may want to take up that particular hearing next week as whether or not we want to have a hearing on that day, which would be the first hearing in 2020. And then in 2020, January 29th, we do have one item projected, which is the Highway 101 widening project, and that is scheduled to be here in Santa Barbara. And that concludes the projection report.
Excellent. Do we have any public comment today on matters that are not on the agenda?
When we get to the minutes, I guess. Any other comment on the minutes?
Okay. So, Mr. Chitillo, are you in the audience?
Yes, I am.
So you have a comment on something that's not on the agenda for today?
I had
But
a
it's
comment for
on
the
the
minutes.
Okay,
For
so
the
I'm
minutes.
going to ask you to sit down. We'll delay your comment until we get to the minutes.
Thank you.
All right? Okay, do we have any planning commissioners' informational reports? Now let's get to the minutes. Do we have any comments on the minutes by any of the planning commissioners? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see your light. Mr. Cooney.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of things I noticed in reading. These are the minutes of November 20. The word special right at the top is misspelled, but the more serious error is in the list of staff members present. The secretary of our commission is stated to be Jeff Hunt, and I'm not sure how that happened, but it's important that it be corrected.
All right. All right, anything else on any of the minutes? Okay, then let me ask Mr. Chitillo, this seems like an appropriate time for you to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, members of the commission. Mark Chitillo. Just a couple of comments on the minutes. First of all, there was no, I don't know if you're going to be considering the November 6th minutes. Those were on the agenda, but they were not posted, so I would like an opportunity to look those over. If they are in your packet for review, perhaps staff could make me a copy. I could look at it over the course of the hearing and let you know if I have any concerns about that, because that's an item that we are representing the appellants on, Mr. Pence. And then on the November 7th minutes, just one correction with respect to the Busy Bee revisions to the project. On the third page of your minutes, the second item, number 1, which is the revised project description, includes the 22 acres, and your commission did revise the project to make it 18 acres of cultivation area. That is reflected properly on page 4, page 4 and item number 4, where it's revised to reflecting the 18 acres. But I think it probably would be more accurate to also have the project description revision also reflect the 18-acre number. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, let's go through a few things here. Do we have the November 6 minutes? I don't have them in my packet.
No, those aren't ready, so what staff's going to ask for you to continue them to the next week.
Okay, and then Ms. Richardson, it looks like you were going to the microphone.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I was just going to clarify, since the Commission and staff don't have the ability to modify the applicant's project description, that's why there was the separate condition reducing the acreage, and that modifies that to, it's not 22 acres, it's whatever's in the condition of approval.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. Okay.
Okay.
Do we have any further discussion of either the November 7 minutes or the November 20 minutes by planning commissioners?
I did have one
Oh, yes. Commissioner
observation.
Bradley?
Thank you. On page 5 of the November 7th minutes, first of all, I'd really like to applaud staff for getting this really well detailed. But on item number 15, subparagraph 6, the last sentence, and maybe this comes from standard language somewhere, but it states, these plants shall not be scheduled to mature to the flower stage and therefore shall not emit any odor. The term of us requiring a plant to not emit any odor, can we just use the term limit? And therefore limit any odor? In other words, was that literally on tape, or is that from a code section that I don't know about?
Chair Park, Commissioner Bradley, thank you for that comment. However, we're limited to whatever was said at the hearing, so the minutes need to reflect what was said. So if that was brought up at the hearing, then we can make the changes. But if it wasn't corrected at the hearing, then we wouldn't be able to make those corrections now. as the minutes reflect what happened at the hearing.
Okay, well, we'll be careful about that. I mean, I know that we'd all concurred about trying to limit odor with the project, but to shall not emit any odor seems like a tall order. So I'll let it go.
Okay.
Any further response from staff? Okay. Commissioner Cooney?
Mr. Chair, just as a matter of practice, we have in the past, with regard to changes in literally what was said at meetings, noted in the minutes of today's meeting that Commissioner Bridley made a comment, referred to the language that she thought should be changed. And while it's not changed in the minutes, it's reflected in our minutes of today's action. So that's how I think we should proceed.
Okay. We'll leave that to staff. Makes some sense. Any further comments? If not, do I hear a motion for approval first of the November 7 minutes?
So moved.
Do I hear a second?
Second?
Thank you. Let's see, this would require a roll call vote, wouldn't it?
Commissioner Bradley,
Aye.
Commissioner Cooney,
Aye.
Commissioner Farini,
Aye.
Commissioner Blau,
Aye.
Chair Park.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, let's turn to the minutes of November 20, is that right? Do I hear a motion for approval of those minutes? Commissioner Cooney?
I move to approve the minutes of the special hearing on November 20 as corrected today.
And do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Again, roll call vote.
Commissioner Bradley,
Aye.
Commissioner Cooney,
Aye.
Commissioner Farini,
Aye.
Commissioner Blau,
Aye.
Chair Park.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. And I believe we just need a motion to continue the meetings of the 11/6 meeting.
Do I hear a motion to continue the consideration of the minutes for November 6?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call vote.
So just to clarify, I think we can probably do next week, continue them to next week's meeting.
Okay, to December 11.
And we can continue again if we don't have.
Okay, great. Commissioner Bradley,
Aye.
Commissioner Cooney,
Aye.
Commissioner Farini,
Aye.
Commissioner Blau,
Aye.
and Chair Park.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right. Let's go to our director's report. Ms. Plowman?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. A few things that I'd like to report to the commission today. There have been several appeals of decisions made by the Planning Commission to the Board of Supervisors. Those include Busy Bee decision, the decision on Santa Rita Hills. So those were both denials of appeals, and so they've been sent up to the board. The decision about the helicopter for Mr. Nesbitt has been appealed to the board, and then the decision on the Strauss Wind Energy has been appealed. And there were actually 3 appeals on the Strauss Wind Energy project. We'll be looking at dates and working with the clerk of the board just when we can get those appeals up to the Board of Supervisors. Won't be obviously until 2020, but we'll keep you apprised of when they'll be heard by the board. A couple of other things that might be of interest is, I've mentioned this in the past, but this is just to remind you that the ordinance amendment package that you took action on is going to the Board of Supervisors on the 10th of December. We will be taking, I've mentioned this in the past as well, when we worked, staff worked on the hoops ordinance, the board asked us to come back with a guidance document for people who are working in the field and have creeks running through their property, so they can figure out when they may need to get a permit or when they may need to set back the 100 feet from the creek, so that they don't have to get a permit. And so that was going to be heard by the Board of Supervisors on the 28th of January. It's just a report back to them. They don't take any action. The storefront retail cannabis changes to the ordinance are going to be heard by the Board of Supervisors on the 17th of December. So I wanted to alert you to that. The CEO's office is taking that forward. And then we have an Elwood Quarry appeal that'll probably be heard in February of 2020. That's it.
So a few questions. On Strauss, who are the appellants?
California Native Plant Society. What was the law? I can't remember the name of the law firm. Adams Broadwell.
The one in San Francisco?
The one in San Francisco. And then the neighbor, Mr. Bedford, his attorney, appealed for him. Not Audubon.
Right. Okay. And then the appellants in Busy Bee, is it both parties or one? Or?
It's both parties.
Thought so. And then I keep getting asked by all sorts of people, including members of the Board of Supervisors, when are we going to deal with, the Planning Commission, are going to deal with potential amendments to the ordinance,
Right.
cannabis ordinance. I figured, well, they ought to know, but whatever. So I keep saying, well, I'll ask, and I keep asking, and it's always in the future. So what's your current prognostication?
Unfortunately, Dan Clemens not here, but we've been discussing when we would be bringing it back, and we know it's of importance. There are several items that are moving forward right now in long-range planning, but I imagine we will be coming back in January to the Planning Commission to begin the discussion about what those amendments would look like. That's
Great.
our goal.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's a start. Any other questions of Ms. Plowman? Well, thank you for the report.
Sure.
And now we'll go to our standard agenda. And will you read item number 1 into the record, Mr. Villalobos?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The following hearing on the request of Lisa Romaslada Crowder and 21 other neighbors as joint appellants to consider case number 19 APL 17 to appeal the director's approval of case number 19 HOM 46.
Do we have a staff report?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. My name is Gwen Baylor. I'll be presenting the Roma Santa Crowder and Neighbors Appeal of the McInerney Homestay Permit today. The project site is in San Ynez, west of Highway 154 and north of Highway 246. The project parcel is in the 1E1 zone and is 0.83 acres. Developed with one single-family dwelling, an attached 3-car garage, one attached accessory dwelling unit, and 1-car garage and 1 exempt shed. The homestay was approved on May 29th, 2019, and an appeal was filed on June 3rd, 2019. On September 4th, the Commission requested that staff return with findings for denial. As noted in the staff report, the 3-bedroom homestay is inconsistent with goals and policies in the Santa Ynez Valley Community Plan and the Comprehensive Plan, and therefore the land use permit findings cannot be made. The project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to Section 15270, projects which are disapproved, because the County of Santa Barbara is denying the request for a land use permit for a homestay. Staff recommends that your Commission uphold the appeal, make the required findings for denial, and determine the denial exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15270, and deny the land use permit. Thank you.
Do any of the planning commissioners have questions of staff? Commissioner Cooney?
I don't have questions of staff, but I realize this was the hearing that I was not present for, so I am going to abstain from participating in the findings today.
Okay. Do we have any presentation by the appellants? I guess not. Do we have any presentation by the applicants?
Hi, I'm Brian McInerney, and I'm the owner of the property at 1444 Refugio.
Why don't you take 5 minutes, and we'll see where you go from there.
Okay, great. As originally, the permit that, our original application complies with the county's homestay ordinance. And so when we submitted that in May of 2019, it was appealed. And during the appeal process, staff had recommended that it be upheld, that we would be allowed to have our permit as of the September 4th meeting. The neighbors in the area were concerned about noise and those issues related to nuisance and noise, barking dogs, poor quality of tenants at the homestay. What I've been trying to do is verify some of those concerns of the neighbors, and what I've asked staff, who now recommend that the homestay still be denied, how they verified their concerns in their report, their report of November. It was just from the testimony that was given on September 4th. So I reached out to the Sheriff's Department to see if they had any contact or requests for service or complaints, and I have an email back from them stating that they have not received any at that property address. Also, I've contacted my long-term tenant who resides on the property and asked him the same, and he said he had never had any, in an email, he had never had any noise issues or noticed any of those issues in the year that he's been there. So I have these emails to submit if you'd like. Additionally, the area, one of the concerns was parking, and there's a 3-car garage that's provided with the homestay, as well as 3 additional parking spaces. And I believe the ordinance allows for requirement for a 2-car area for a single family, and then 1 additional parking space per bedroom being rented. So that would be a total of 5, and I have 6 provided on this property for just the homestay. Additionally, the area between who would be most impacted, the neighbor most impacted by any noise or nuisance regarding a patio that's off of the homestay, whether it's a long-term tenant or a homestay tenant, is approximately 175 feet distance between the 2 structures from the patio to their house. And on the what would be the south side of our property, there's an open lot, so there's no actual residing neighbor on that lot to our south, and the only other neighbor to the north is would be adjacent to the long-term tenant that's in the property. So I think the concerns related to noise have not been validated. And I've never gotten a phone call from any complaining neighbor or of an issue, nor contact with anyone prior to our hearing in September regarding the noise issue or parking issues. So I would like to see the appeal denied and the permit granted.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment on this item? We have no public comment on this item. Then we'll go to rebuttal. The appellants have rebuttal of the applicant's statements. See if you can do it in 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Lisa Romasana Crowder. I am the property and the appellant, one of the appellants out of 22 neighbors complaining about this property and what we did have to endure while it was unpermitted and being rented out illegally for well over a year and a half. It did make noise. Considerable amount of noise. Again, it's a party house, and the amount of money that was being asked for rent pretty much guaranteed it wasn't a cute little family with 2 kids coming to enjoy San Ynez Valley. It was most often bridal parties, numerous groups coming in, number of people coming in. It wasn't just a little family Airbnb homestay type of place. It was very noisy. It is not conducive to what the Valley or Santa Barbara County has put out as what our neighborhood should be. It's absolutely opposite of that. It brings in people we don't know. It brings in different people every night. It's allowed to make noise until 1 in the morning based on how the county has written the code for homestays. They do not have to stop their noise at 10 o'clock like I do and all my neighbors do. The way the county has written the code is not conducive to family and neighborhood life. The fact that this house itself rents for so much money, it almost guarantees it's not little families coming in. It is a party house. We endured it for over a year and a half. When we found out that indeed that's what it was and not just a partying family next to us, I went to the county immediately. He then, after that, put his permit in. It was after I went to the county and said, there's an illegal Airbnb or rental situation going on next to me. It was after that that he then went in for the permit. And as soon as I found out that his permit had been granted and that the process for us neighbors was to file an appeal for $600, we did that. 21 neighbors other than myself said, this is a nuisance to our neighborhood. This is not conducive to family life in our neighborhood. We do not want this house being rented out in our neighborhood. The county of Santa Barbara, on a broader level, has to address this issue. But right now, I need the house that is next to me, that I've lived on my property for 23 years. And we love our neighborhood. I could live anywhere in the world. Most of us could choose where we want to live. We choose to live there. We love our neighborhood. We love our neighbors. We've chosen to stay there for 23 years. We do not want this kind of situation next to us. I did ask, and I'll ask it so it's on record. I would like to know what the process is I understand this is being denied today. Can he reapply next week? Can he reapply in a year? What is the process for me and my neighbors to know that this has been, he's requesting a permit again? Again, it cost us $600 to appeal what he was allowed to do. And again, he was doing it illegally for a year and a half. What is the process so that we don't have to pay $600, so that he doesn't go through the process and get his permit, and we go through this again in whatever time period I get the answer that he's allowed to apply again? The county needs to look at this entire issue, but again, I'm worrying about the house next to my house, my home, the home that we've been in for 23 years. Kim is one of our neighbors who is greatly concerned too with what this does to our neighborhood, so I'll let her speak on her issues too.
I know we're about out of time, so I'll just make this really quick, but the staff report says that the approved regulations and development standards were designed to ensure that a responsible party, the owner, it says, or long-term tenant reside on the property, including at the same time as the transient occupant, in order to manage homestay activities. Along with the 21 people that are concerned about this, our major concern is the wording of the long-term tenant. Because with a long-term tenant there, without the homeowner, it has created an entire business model to place a business right smack dab in the middle of a rural residential area. And that is not compatible. And that's all that I have to say on that.
Okay.
Thank you for all your work.
You can't ask questions of staff in a hearing, but I can. And so I'm going to ask staff, would you respond to the question about when the reapplication can occur? I think it's a year, but I'd like to hear from you.
Chair Park, members of the commission, according to the Land Use Development Code, Section 3584050, titled Reapplications, it states an application shall not be accepted or acted upon if within the past 12 months an application has been made and denied by the county, which covers substantially the same real property. And the only exception is that is if there's either new evidence, substantial or permanent change in circumstances, or mistake made at previous hearing, which would allow the review authority to allow for reapplication. But in summary, they cannot make a reapplication for 12 months. Chair Park, if you wanted me to answer any of the other questions, we're available to do that.
I don't recall what they were, if there were any, but...
Chair Park, I believe she had questions about the reapplication process. Just to cover that briefly for the commission, would be in 12 months, the application has the ability or right to submit a new application, which would follow the same procedures that are set forth in the Land Use Development Code. And she would have the ability at that time to appeal that application as well.
It'd be an entirely new case, wouldn't it?
That is correct, Chair Park.
Right. Okay. Well, why don't you folks sit down, and Mr. McInerney, you're entitled to a rebuttal. And let's see if you can limit it to 5 minutes.
Thank you. Well, the only issue I mentioned to Lisa is I'd be willing, if the permit would be granted, to extend it only for the 3 bedrooms and not for additional guests after those, 6 guests, essentially, the 3 bedrooms. We don't want a party house. We love our house. It's a nice house. We maintain it well. It's not the intent for it to be a party house or disrupt anyone in the neighborhood. The intent is, to be able to use the house when it's not occupied ourselves, as well as use it to get rental income. So if there's a way in which the permit can be adjusted, that would be something that I think would be, maybe beneficial to the neighborhood. And I'm not opposed to reducing the number of guests that are able to come that are non-overnight guests. That would be fine with me.
Let me ask you a question while you're at the podium. Sure. Generally speaking, when we're having a hearing like this, it's the second hearing after we've heard it on the merits at the first hearing. We're there to look at the findings that weren't presented at the first hearing. So here it would be findings of denial. Have you looked at the findings? Do you have any comment on the findings? Is there language that you think needs to be supplemented or changed in some manner? Here's your opportunity to do this.
The findings, for me, nothing was verified. Reference to the noise issues, I've gone out and verified that there weren't any to the public agencies. My long-term tenant specifically said he had never had an occasion where there was excessive noise there. He and his wife have a party there on Halloween annually, and sometime the last year I think they did one during New Year's. But as far as I know, those were the noise issues that would probably be related to this property, but they were from the long-term tenant, not from the short-term tenant. And I can't verify, and I don't think staff has done anything to verify what's in the staff report regarding those issues. The parking was one of the issues was in the staff report. Well, I have adequate parking as designed in the ordinance for homestay. We submitted that originally with the permit. That's why the permit was granted, subject to the appeal. If you'd like to see the diagram of that parking, I'll be happy to show it to staff or you here at the board or whatever you'd like.
Okay, well, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And with that, we'll close the public hearing. Does staff have any comments or rebuttal it wants to make? Are there any questions of staff? And let's go into deliberations. I'll start because this is my district. I think the findings are appropriate and they reflect what we decided to do at that first hearing and that we should go ahead with them. So I'd make a motion to adopt the findings, approve the appeal, and deny the project.
Second.
Usually when I make a motion, there's a suggestion by staff on how to augment it. Is there any? I'm not criticizing you. That's self-deprecation. But is there any suggestion? Guess not. All right. Then any further deliberations by members of the commission? Then Mr. Villalobos, will you conduct a roll call vote?
Commissioner Bradley.
Aye.
Commissioner Cooney.
Abstain.
Commissioner Farini.
Aye.
Commissioner Blau.
Aye.
Chair Park.
Aye.
Motion passes 401.
Then will you read item number 2 into the record, Mr. Villalobos, when you get a moment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of Blair Pence to consider case number 19 APL 10 to appeal the planning director's approval of case number 19 LUP 64. The proposed project is an activity within the scope of the Board of Supervisors approved Cannabis Land Use Ordinance and Licensing Program Environmental Impact Report 17 EAR 3.
Okay. Do we have any site visit disclosures or ex parte disclosures for commissioners to make? Okay. Well, hearing none, we'll move on. Do we have a staff report?
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the Commission. The item before you today is the denial of the Santa Barbara West Coast Farms land use permit for cannabis cultivation. On November 6, 2019, the Commission considered the Pence appeal of the Director's approval of the Santa Barbara cannabis cultivation project. And following presentations from staff and the appellants, the applicant, and the public, the chair closed the public comment period and brought the project back to the Commission for discussion. Thereafter, the Commission voted 3-2 to continue the appeal to the December 4th, 2019 hearing and directed staff to prepare findings for denial of the project. And the proposed, this was based on the project being inconsistent with the visual impact and agricultural goals and policies of the comprehensive plan, the Santa Ynez Valley Community Plan, and the Land Use and Development Code of Santa Barbara County. And as such, staff prepared revised findings for denial, which I'll move forward to. And so staff recommends that the Commission make the required findings, which includes the CEQA findings for denial of the project, case number 19 LUP 64, that's included as attachment A to the memorandum that's dated November 27th, 2019. To determine that the denial of the project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to Public Resources Code section 21080B5 and State CEQA Guidelines section 15061B4 and 15270A. Those are included in attachment B to the memorandum. Approve the appeal, case number 19 APL 10, and deny the project, case number 19 LUP 64. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Do my fellow commissioners have questions of staff? I have some comments on the findings, but I think they're probably better made during deliberations. They're not really questions about what you've done. It's basically, I think that your findings should be augmented somewhat. And I'm sure that's what the parties will probably speak to. So if we have no further questions of staff, Let's proceed with the hearing, and this being an appeal, so we'll call on the appellant first. Mr. Sotelo, I'm going to give you 10 minutes for now. I'm not going to determine what the rebuttal is until we hear from everyone else.
Very
So
good.
you'll get rebuttal, and it's not going against your 10 minutes.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you know, this is a hearing about findings. It's not an opportunity to relitigate the merits, so that should be generous and abundant for my needs and the issues that I'd like to cover. Thank you for the opportunity to address these issues. I'm Mark Chatillo on behalf of the appellant Blair Pence. You are required to make findings of consistency for this project with respect to not only the general plan, but also the San Ynez Valley Community Plan, which I think the applicant overlooked in their objections, because these are mandatory findings that vest with your commission the discretion to undertake the denial that you did. When a project does not conform to the community plan or to the general plan policies, you may not approve it. There were two relevant areas that were identified in staff's proposed findings, visual and agricultural. Each of those are justification, and there is substantial evidence in the record which underscores the findings that you've been submitted by the staff. With respect to the agricultural conflicts, I believe that there are additional facts that can be cited. And it would be appropriate for your commission to augment those findings in the manner in which I identified in the letter that we submitted to you earlier this week. These go to the findings of compatibility with the surrounding agricultural uses. And the first issue is that of terpene migration. That is where the terpenes that are generated in abundant quantities from cannabis cultivation have the ability to travel through the air and then contaminate downwind or otherwise affected grapes. Grapes are the the crop that we do know can be impacted by terpenes. And so, as we discussed at the hearing and reiterated with the materials that were submitted to you this week, there is substantial evidence first in the testimony of Dr. Underwood, the meteorologist, who explained that the synthetic wind data that the applicant submitted actually mischaracterized both the direction of the dominant wind as well as the percentage of the time that the wind is calm. Calm winds are a bigger problem with respect to these kinds of migrations because it allows these the elements, the terpenes or the pesticides or whatever other elements are being generated on either side of the fence to saturate at a higher concentration in the air, and then as it moves in low winds over the recipient from the sponsor crop onto the receiving crop, the unwanted material. So when the applicant submitted material saying that the calm wind percentage was less than 1% of the time, when Dr. Underwood presented data showing that calm winds are observed, not based on synthetic data, but actually actual data from within 4 miles of the site in the Santa Rita Valley, comparable geographical meteorological conditions, that 30% of the time the site experienced calm winds. That's a material fact with respect to the potential for this agricultural conflict that I think provides the part of the foundation for the supplemental finding that I recommended in my letter. The second piece of evidence is Mr. Thomas's terpene contamination data, where he observed contamination from another site where cannabis grow contaminated and was detected through studies, tests of the concentration of cannabis-specific terpenes in those grapes. The third piece of evidence is the Capone study, which looked in Australia, where there was this same contamination factor where terpenes traveled from eucalyptus trees and were found to taint grapes that were grown nearby. And there is a common terpene in eucalyptus trees, 1,8-cineol, which is also called eucalyptol, that's found in eucalyptus trees, and it's also found in some strains of cannabis. And that Mr. Capone, or Dr. Capone, established in the Australian Wine Institute Journal that there was a taint to the flavor of those Australian wines associated with the proximity to eucalyptus. And then the fourth piece of evidence is Dr. Anita Oberholster from the UC Davis Department of Viticulture and Enology, where she both provided her conclusions and evidence as well as her opinion that this was likely to be a significant issue in the San Ynez Valley as well, associated with cannabis and nearby grape production. Dr. Oberholster noted that cannabis plants generate a much higher concentration, higher amounts of terpenes than eucalyptus trees. She noted, and if you look carefully at the Capone study, that noted that there is airborne transmission of these terpenes. Now, the Capone study also identified in a separate conclusion that the presence of matter other than grapes, MOG, in the bins where the grapes were stored, and in that case it was eucalyptus branches and leaves, also caused a higher concentration of eucalyptol in those grapes. And that's been raised by some of the other folks that are commenting on this issue as being an exculpation of this contamination issue. But if you read the full Capone report, and Dr. Oberholster confirms this, there's evidence of airborne transmission of these terpenes into grapes. So those are all the pieces of data and the evidence that supports the finding that there is also an agricultural conflict associated with the proposed cultivation operation and nearby grapes, including Mr. Pence's winery, which with the southwest wind, which was observed in the field, will blow these terpenes directly over his facilities. And clearly, with all those studies, they make the causal connection to establish there will be an adverse effect on the grapes, a physical effect, and also a change to the physical property of the wine, which itself then conflicts with Ag Element Policy Number 1 in terms of protecting existing agriculture and the agricultural protection policies in the San Ynez Valley Community Plan. So that's the foundation for our request that the first finding be revised, and I provided language in my letter. Secondly, the second finding concerns this issue of the meteorological data and the information that the applicant supplied, which, as I explained in the discussion I just made with respect to why Dr. Underwood's meteorological data based on observations and his conclusions that he gave to your commission support this transmission and the agricultural conflict that is present, and the applicant's materials, the information that they provided, simply did not allow you to be able to fully answer that question. Their reliance on synthetic data as opposed to actual empirical observed data indicates that there is a significant effect and a significant impact on associated and nearby agricultural operations, and so that provides the basis for the second finding that we offer, that the information provided to your commission wasn't sufficient to be able to establish that this was going to be consistent and compatible to make the findings under the general plan and San Ynez Community Plan. And I'd like to just speak briefly to the applicant's letter and dispute a number of the factual issues. It's factually incorrect with respect to Mr. Pence's involvement in various issues. I don't know where they made that stuff up from, but it has no basis in fact. And secondly, it's obviously legally flawed. The commission has extensive direction under your findings, your requirement, your obligation to find consistency with the general plan. References to Hornbook citations to land use permit and variances. This is not a variance. This is not the kind of land use permit that was referred to in those materials. And so I think the law there is clearly on the side of the Planning Commission and the county in denying this project. And finally, there's important distinctions between the projects that they refer to. Their project is in the San Ynez Valley Community Plan area. The Santa Rita project is not. The Busy Bee project has existing landscaping. They do not. And there's a number of inconsistencies that we identified with respect to the West Coast application that I think made it impossible to approve the project. So we would encourage that you do uphold your previous determination, revise the finding to provide the board, if this does go up on appeal, or to make a more clear record for your commission's decision, and allow this project to be denied as your board, as your commission previously determined. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And do we have a presentation of the applicant?
We do, Chair.
I'll give you 10 minutes also, but I'm also going to give you rebuttal, as I mentioned. I think we'll be doing that equivalent time. So if you feel you have matters that are more for rebuttal as opposed to your opening presentation, please realize you'll have opportunity for rebuttal. Checking their weather.
No, I was trying to find those November 6 minutes.
Oh.
So I voted no.
Oh, November 6th, they never gave us the minutes.
No, right. But isn't that the truth, though?
May I begin?
I voted against you.
On this one?
Yeah.
Yeah, you did.
Okay, it's ready to go.
Okay, go ahead.
Chair Park, members of the commission, good morning. Larry Conlon, Capello and Noel on behalf of West Coast Farms. We're here today after this project, this planned farm was denied in between the approvals of Santa Rita and Busy Bee. So what I want to start with right now is what is the job of the Planning Commission? And fundamentally, the job of the Planning Commission is to follow the law. And what is the authority that the Planning Commission has under the Land Use Development Code? And the authority here for a land use permit for cannabis cultivation outdoor is limited. This is an Ag 2 property. It's a farm that's not required under any law to apply for a CUP. The law, as we set forth in our letter, does not allow the Planning Commission to worry about how the farm could be better. It doesn't allow the Planning Commission to attach conditions, let alone arbitrary conditions, such as how much acreage could be included in the grow. Despite that, I'm here today to convince you, as the Planning Commission, to uphold your responsibilities and get us off this irrational, illogical path that we're now on. I was here a month ago, and on November 6th in the morning, the commission voted 3-2 in favor of Santa Rita, a project that's about 2 parcels away from West Coast Farms. The next day, the panel voted 5-0 to approve Busy Bee, which is also nearby. Both of these are land use permits. Both of these are cannabis cultivation outdoor grows. There is no significant difference between these projects that can legitimately justify the denial, the complete reversal of the panel's decision on West Coast Farms. What I want to do today is get back on track, maintain the credibility of the commission before this goes up on appeal with Mr. Pence. Because if this does go to litigation after it goes through the Board of Supervisors, the decisions by this planning commission will set the new standard for arbitrary and capricious conduct by a government agency. The planning commission has to follow the law. This means when an application is submitted and it's reviewed by the director and it's reviewed by the staff on 2 separate occasions, the application is presumptively complete and is fully compliant. And that's why it was determined for approval by the director, and that's why the staff on 2 separate occasions agreed that the permit should be approved. What that means is that the appeal has to be denied unless Mr. Pence carries his burden on appeal. And his burden is to show that the application does not qualify for a land use permit. He's got to put forth substantial evidence, as he recognizes, not hearsay, not conjecture, that West Coast Farms application doesn't satisfy the requirements of a land use permit, not a conditional use permit. And Mr. Pence cannot do this, and he hasn't carried his burden, which is why in his appeal, his side is begging for a new environmental review. The reason for that is because he knows that he can only do that under a conditional use permit qualification. They know that they can't legitimately contest the qualification of this project under a land use permit. And because he has failed to carry his burden, and because there's no substantial evidence on his side, the commission has no choice but to deny his appeal. There is no factual basis to support this denial. And I think Ms. Jackson's report demonstrates that. When we were here last month, the chair gave what I would call vague instructions to the staff to find facts, to find reasons for denial. And those were generally to look to the goals of the general plan, of the San Ynez Valley plan, to determine some basis to support a view, apparently, of 3 members of the commission that this is an incompatible farm, despite the fact that Santa Rita had just been approved, and despite the fact that Busy Bee was approved the next day. So the staff, I assume, scoured the San Ynez Valley plan and scoured the general plan and came up with some general notions, not facts, some potential conflict, some potential incompatibility. These are not facts. This is not evidence. This might happen without evidence. This could happen. This is speculation and conjecture. What Mr. Pence is relying on is not evidence. This terpene analysis that was submitted at the last hearing, we don't know how this was created. There's no scientific basis for this. This is not reliable evidence. And in terms of the visual aesthetic, the first point made in the staff report, Commissioner Bridley lauded this project for its visual aesthetic. You can see on these slides that the visual aesthetic of this project is not materially different from the two other projects that were approved. This is West Coast Farms. This is the beautiful design of the structure and the farm. This is the proposed landscaping along Highway 246. This is what, as I recall, during the deliberations last month, was very well received by the commission. I'm not really sure how it found its way into the staff report. This is Busy Bee, their facilities. This is their existing landscaping. And I want to note that West Coast Farms, if you look at the top row there on that slide, the last box to the right, distance from ag of this grow, 1,500 feet. Busy Bee is 75 feet. This is Santa Rita, it's 1,500 feet. There's no material difference between this landscaping and that proposed by West Coast Farms. That's the visual aesthetic of Santa Rita. This is West Coast Farms. In terms of the agricultural compatibility and odor, what I recall from the last hearing, the deliberations, was a lot of worry about terpenes. A lot of worry about what might happen if these grapes get affected by terpene gases that could be given off by cannabis flowers, despite the odor abatement system proposed for West Coast Farms. And that doesn't appear in the staff report. I think, Commissioner, it was pointed out by you, Commissioner Farini, that you believe that the terpene issue was something different than the odor issue. The terpene issue is not a real issue. Mr. Pence can't take a report published in 2012 that he clearly should have known about at the time that this entire ordinance was subject to the programmatic environmental impact review, and didn't say anything about it at the time, and now say this is new evidence because he's going to attach it to his counsel's letter. It's speculation about the potential harm from the terpenes, and I want to show the commission today, excuse me. And I'm going to put this up on the PowerPoint, and Chair, I may need a few more minutes here, but I have paper copies here.
Take a break while you get things together.
So what these are these are certified lab results testing the wine bottled by Mr. Pence at his winery from the time that there was a 50-acre grow operation right next to his property. And the results are 0 terpenes. This is science. This is evidence that completely debunks this speculation and conjecture that Mr. Pence's grapes may be harmed by nearby cannabis. And this is separate and apart from the fact that Santa Rita Ag is 2 parcels away, and they're going to be growing cannabis, and Busy Bee is nearby, and they're going to be growing cannabis, and for some reason, West Coast Farms gets tagged with the cumulative effect of these 3 farms and any others in the area. This is completely unfair, it's completely inequitable, and there's no way this decision can be justified. This decision by the commission should not be about what could happen or what might happen. I'm sure the staff here did its best after finding that this project should be approved to follow the chair's instructions and to try to find some basis for the concerns about incompatibility. The problem is it's framed in language about what could happen and what might happen. But these are not facts. This, again, is worry about something that's not been substantiated at all by the appellant who carries the burden. Again, Mr. Pence was required to bring these issues up during the programmatic environmental impact review. He apparently failed to do so. He's now trying to shoehorn this what I would say is a distorted view of the effect on terpenes into this record, even though it's too late. This is not, and I know there was a comment, I think it was at the Busy Bee hearing, that the commission felt that this was something akin to Alice in Wonderland. But this is not Alice in Wonderland. This is the real world. This is a real project, and my client has invested significant money, significant time to put forth the best planned farm that they can. And for some reason, this farm is being treated differently than 2 other nearby farms, and it's just impossible to explain. This is a superior farm that's got best practices. It's going to generate tax dollars for the county. It's going to generate revenues for the community. This is a modern farm that doesn't use pesticides. It's not going to poison our precious water supply. This is what will happen. These are the facts. The facts are this farm, this beautiful project in San Ynez Valley, not some unsubstantiated concerns about wind and odor and terpene effect on grapes that has no basis in fact or science.
Why don't you go ahead and wrap up? And then
I'm here to thank you,
for
sir.
rebuttal.
I'm here to ask you today to do the job of the commission. Don't punt to the Board of Supervisors. Act consistently, act credibly. If you approve Santa Rita, if you approve Busy Bee, you have to approve this project. If you don't, it's going to go up to the Board of Supervisors. You can speculate that. I assume Mr. Pence's counsel will appeal, but I think you have to ask yourself, what is the credibility of the commission if this goes up having been denied after, in the same 2 days, Santa Rita Ag is approved and Busy Bee is approved? We ask that you follow the law and deny Mr. Pence's appeal. Thank you.
I have a question for you. What you gave us, it's 4 documents? Is
Those
this
are
4 copies of the same thing? Is this 4? What is it?
Those are studies of 4 different wines from the vintage at the time that the grow was happening next door to Mr. Pence's vineyard.
This is new to me. Have you supplied this earlier?
No, I have not, but I'm supplying it
So we
now.
can't put it in the record unless there's a motion to put it in the record? Is there a motion from anyone in the commission? And that would require 4 votes to approve. Well, then not hearing a motion, it doesn't go in the record because it was submitted after noon on Monday. Okay, well, you'll have rebuttal time.
Okay, so I'll ask, I guess, a separate question. If this hearing was continued and that evidence is supplied by someone from the public, will it go into the record?
If it's continued from today?
No, this has been continued from the November 6th date. This is essentially part of the same hearing. There hasn't been a final vote on this project. The panel is going to deliberate, I assume, further on whether the staff findings are adequate. I assume there's going to be some public comment here. And if someone from the public wants to submit this evidence, I would assume that it would go into the record.
No, that our policy is that, and this is a policy I think is adopted by the board, and it says that if an item is 2 pages or longer, or is it over 2 pages? Over 1 page, and it's submitted after noon on Monday preceding the hearing, then it is excluded from the record unless there is a vote of 4 members of the commission to admit it. So I think that answers your question, but if staff has a further, I may not be sure I understand your question, but if staff has a response, go ahead and make it.
So I believe what the question was, as I understood, if there was a difference of who submitted it. I guess a member of the public submitted it. So that rule applies to everyone regarding if it's the applicant, appellant, or members of the public. So that rule is universal to everyone in application. So, but you are correct. If the item is continued from today's hearing, it will be automatically included as part of the record for the next hearing.
Thank you.
Right. Okay, is there, we have public comment? Looks like we do. We have 2 slips, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So first we have Nancy Emerson, and then we'll have Jesse Zaragoza. And please limit your comments to 3 minutes.
I'm Nancy Emerson from We Watch Santa Ynez Valley. Members and Commissioner Park, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. We have submitted letters in the past on this particular project. The West Coast Farms attorney is trying to make an open and shut case against your November 6th decision to support the appeal. However, West Coast Farms is not the same as the other 2 nearby cannabis projects recently appealed. And here's some examples. This parcel is in the Santa Ynez Valley Community Plan Western Gateway and Design Control Area. Those are important to the integrity of the plan, unlike Santa Rita, which is outside the plan area. A heightened level of design review by CBAR and overall scrutiny by the Planning Commission are needed. 2, it proposed 45 to 50 acres of outdoor cultivation, unlike the 17 to 22 acres of Busy Bee Organics, which also specified it was growing medicinal cannabis without the noxious skunk odor of cannabis grown on this site. Unlike Busy Bee, there was no effort to abate odor of outdoor cultivation. West Coast Farms' uncontrolled odor definitely has had and would have a significant adverse impact on neighbors and the city of Buellton. It would be a big contributor to cumulative negative cannabis odor impacts in this area of the valley. Synthetic data seeming to prove that wind, or calm wind, is a minimal factor, and so movement of odor eastward from the site would not be a problem, flies in the face of residents' experience of almost daily significant west to east wind in the Santa Ynez River's Valley corridor. 3, Section C4B of the Cannabis Land Use Ordinance says, lighting necessary for security shall avoid adverse effects on properties surrounding the lot on which cannabis activity is located. Though the applicant reduced security lighting, there were still 12 fixtures near Highway 246, the adjoining farm, and Mr. Pence's winery. Unlike extensive lighting information in the other 2 appeals, this applicant's lighting information was incomplete. And this has been noted for some time. For example, at the November 8th first conceptual review by CBAR, there was no information about pole fixtures, and this meant that you cannot determine whether or not there is going to be a problem for the neighbors. I'm submitting this with the hope that our comments will assist you in upholding your decision to support this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Emerson. Jesse Zaragoza, Jesse, you here? Jesse Zaragoza, not here? Okay. And then we have one excuse me, from Sarah Roman? Rotman. Oh, okay. Well, it is Sarah. And did you want to speak on this? Yes. Yeah. Okay.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
I misread your writing.
That's quite all right. It was probably not so well intended. I just wanted to speak on behalf of my neighbor and colleague, Kayvon, and his project, which, as a neighbor and a farmer downwind of his project, I want to say that our family is supportive of his efforts. We are also grateful and supportive of planning staff who have worked tirelessly, no doubt, to work with the applicant to create a project that could be acceptable both to the Santa Ynez community plan as well as to operate within the law of the cannabis ordinance. And I think it's very important for us all to remember how much work goes into being compliant with all of those intensive activities. Certainly my farm has been talked about quite a bit today, and I know firsthand the challenges faced by anyone trying to operate compliantly within that framework. And as planning has put forth an approval of this project through their land use permit, it's clear to me that these guys have done everything required, and I would be honored to have them as my neighbor. Thank you.
Okay, last call for Mr. Zaragoza. Are you here? Is that you, Jesse? Okay, why don't you come up?
How are you doing? Sorry about that.
No problem.
Good day? Good day so far? Good holiday? All right, I just want to just give my public comment. Jesse Zaragoza. I'm here to speak a little bit about the UC Davis letter. I have a Bachelor of Science degree in biochemistry, and just looking at everything, 4 or 5 generations of my family here, and with everything going on just in the arena in general, I just would like to give some words here. And I would probably speak more about it, but just touching on the UC Davis letter, there are definitely, it seems like it's a very opinionated type of response here from a PhD versus a lot more scientific and factual. There are certain references to as you dive into the reference list and the studies, and you really get a true scope of what she's speaking in reference to terpenes and drift, and specifically the eucalyptal terpene in general. You're really just taking pieces and segments and cherry picking things to and data points to basically support the wine industry versus the true scientific scope of it. It's very early to determine. Is there a time, just so I know? Oh, okay, got it. Thanks.
When it goes yellow, you should start to think about it.
Okay, great. But yeah, anyways, so like I was saying, it seems that after reading through this, there's some points here that I'd like to bring up that is from this letter that I think is, if this is being submitted for public and a lot of consideration is taken into all these studies, specifically in this letter too, saying comments of the federal government has not legalized cannabis and continues to enforce restrictive policies and regulations on research, which is from the document on November 4th to the county. I'm sure you guys have seen this, the UC Davis letter.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. From a scientific, I guess from a scientific approach here, saying that cannabis is federally illegal is actually incorrect. Where the Farm Bill is passed and hemp is from the cannabis genus, and so I would just like to read from the Farm Bill the definition of hemp. Hemp means the plant Cannabis sativa L and any part of that plant. Basically, it is legal, so cannabis is legal, and the terpenes are the same in hemp versus marijuana, and that's just one of a lot of facts that are presented here that are just not true. And so as time goes on, I'll go through more of these and more references that are made in the scientific evidence and the actual research to again show that there are a lot of true research points that are not given, positioned in the right manner scientifically, I think. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zaragoza. Let's take a 5-minute break. Okay, let's go back on the record. And we're now at appellant's rebuttal. Mr. Chitillo, you're up to bat. See if you can do it in 5 minutes.
Curveballs. Hi there. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Plow off in Santa Maria land. Mark Chitillo, again for the appellants. The applicant asked that the job of the Planning Commission here is to follow the law and the rules. And I think that's apt. We may have a difference of opinion as to what those laws and rules require you to do. But the fundamental distinction between this project and the other project, and the reason why this project, I think that the Planning Commission chose this one as the one that was not appropriate, whereas the other two, in your judgment, was, is the existence of the San Ynez Valley Community Plan jurisdictional line. Based on that jurisdictional line, different laws apply. And the standards that apply to this project are not the same as those that apply to the Santa Rita project, as you've heard. And this is the gateway. I was reflecting on a case that I was involved in 30 years ago, Nyborg Estates on 246 coming into Solvang. It was the gateway of Solvang. And it was very important to get the city of Solvang to protect that visual resource. And I think that that's exactly why here you made the right decision with respect to the rejection of this project. The applicant put up a picture of a stylized barn. We saw that picture, but it's not been to CBAR. There's been no design review yet on this project. And when you looked at Ms. Rotman's, of course, that one had, the structures at least, not the hoops, had been subject to design review. And indeed, the site plan that was provided as part of this project just showed a couple of rectangular boxes. So the part of the difficulty that we had as from the public's perspective, and I think that the Planning Commission had, and the reason why this project was not appropriate for approval, is that it really wasn't mature. It had not been through design review. You were supplied with project description information which was inconsistent. The attorney said one thing, the application materials said something else. Now, as you know, in your evaluation, you are undertaking de novo review. So there was an argument that that there was no evidence that was supplied because staff had approved this before at their level, and we had a burden of proof to somehow overturn that. Well, that's not correct because it is de novo review. Your commission considers each of these projects as new applications and renders your judgment as to whether they are appropriate or not. We are not in a trial setting, so the evidence that we supplied is clearly competent to be able to establish, and the record, the other evidence in the record, clearly competent to establish the general plan and community plan inconsistencies that are the bases for your findings. Further, there is evidence, substantial evidence, raising a fair argument of a significant impact of an issue that was not addressed in the environmental document. Now, so that raises the CEQA issues, and we think that's important in the event that this does go up on appeal. But for purposes of your planning commission, in denying a project, you're not required to make any CEQA findings. But this issue of agricultural conflicts has significance both under CEQA as an issue that wasn't studied, but also with respect to your findings of incompatibility amongst surrounding land uses. And the overall significance of the importance of protecting agriculture, protecting existing ag. The fact that your commission did approve some but not others, I think actually reflects the judgment that you are exercising and that you are considering what are the metrics of this project versus others, that when held up to the standards in the community plan and the general plan, make this project inappropriate where others you have found that they are. Mr. Zaragoza raised the point about research, and I think that's part of we're all struggling with the fact, and Dr. Oberholster's point in the letter was that because of the federal status there is limited research that's been undertaken. And it wasn't so much to challenge the status, but rather the fact that we don't have the research with respect to the terpene information. And so what we're now trying to do is look at present circumstances now that we have experience, and the applicant has supplied evidence showing, yep, we have conflicts that are going on from adjacent cannabis and wine grows. Now that evidence is before you, and from that we need to draw reasonable conclusions. And I think that's what the commission did in determining that this project should be denied. And so with the additional findings that we suggested, we would urge you to uphold the denial of the project and upholding the appeal. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, now we'd have the applicant's rebuttal, Mr. Conlon.
Thank you, Chair Park. A couple of points. The San Ynez Valley Plan, the differences with this project and Santa Rita. First of all, we fully support Santa Rita. We fully support Busy Bee. For the same reasons that they were approved, this farm should be approved. The design issue with the structure on the property, it was approved, conditioned to design review. That's not a real issue. I don't think there was anything in the staff report having to do with the design of the structures as opposed to landscaping. There's really no reason to hold it up because it's going to be reviewed by CBAR. In terms of odor issues, this project has a state-of-the-art odor abatement system. It's got a different kind of flower. It's got a cryogenic facility that prevents odor from leaving the property at all. This planned farm is fully compliant with the San Ynez Valley Community Plan. I'm going to reiterate my request to put into evidence, if this is the only way I can do it, the first page of one of the studies showing that in fact, and this may be what Mr. Chitillo was just referring to. He lost me a little bit, but this is not evidence that shows a conflict. This is evidence that demonstrates that there is no terpene issue. And I think all you need to look at is the first page of one of these lab results, which shows a study based on the appellant's wine next to a significant grow during the same period of time, 0 terpene. So I'm going to reiterate that request, and hopefully the commission and the staff will agree and allow me to move that into evidence.
You can do that under the policy, so you just pick the page that you want and submit it, and it's in there.
Okay, so just so we're clear, the lab results that I put up there were studies of 4 different wines. I can talk to the staff about it. To me, it doesn't matter. They all show the same thing. They all show 0 terpenes. So
right.
We'll take the first.
Just give it to them when you're done.
Okay.
Yeah, don't take your time now doing it.
And I reiterate the request to act consistently under the law. There's no real material distinction between this project and the others. This is an excellent project, and the Planning Commission should approve it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, we'll close the public hearing. Do we have? Oh. We have a.
I'm sorry. Just recently?
This is not her. Ted Fox is.
Okay, now I'm confused. We had public comment, and I now have one from Ted Fox. I don't have one from you.
I think Mr. Fox is going to speak for number 3.
I don't have a speaker slip.
Tracy? Yes. Yes.
Okay. If this happens again in the future, make sure you speak up before the rebuttal by because this may be something that Mr. Conlon may want to rebut your comments, or Mr. Chitillo, so it's unfair to them if we do. But go ahead and speak.
Thank you. My apologies. I thought after recess it would come back to more public comment. Good morning, Chairman Park, Commissioners, and Planning Department staff. I'm Tracy Farhad, spokesperson for the Board of Directors of the Santa Barbara County Coalition for Responsible Cannabis, advocacy group that represents all 5 districts. So we concur with staff findings to uphold the appeal and that denied the project. And we thank you for recognizing the countless negative impacts that would have been to the Santa Ynez Valley Gateway Corridor. We do agree also that the findings could be augmented to include agricultural incompatibilities essential to protecting existing agricultural businesses, plus including the actual wind data and the terpene drift reports provided by the appellant. We thank you for your thorough consideration of the staff findings today and for the approved appeal that denied this project. And thank you for allowing me to come back up.
Sure. Okay, and now the other one was Ted Fox. Ted Fox. Ted, are you here?
That's for number 3.
Oh, that's okay. It says number 2. That's all right. Okay. Is there any need for rebuttal, Mr. Conlon, of this comment? No. Okay. And Mr. Chitillo? No. Okay. Now we'll close the public hearing. And does staff have any comments or rebuttal of what you've heard so far? Okay. And do any of my fellow commissioners have questions of staff before we go into deliberations? Hearing none, let's go into deliberations. I have a few points. One is that on the findings, I would like to supplement them somewhat. I spoke at length at that hearing and also at the hearing that occurred in late July when we considered Santa Rita and then continued this one, which was also on that agenda. And then I also made the same comments when we had the hearing in, I think, October, in which Mr. Clemon and others presented on the PEIR. And that is that I believe that it's important to note that this project is what I call the Western Gateway, the western edge of the Santa Ynez overlay. So I think I think you did a good job in drafting the findings, but I think you should add a reference to that. Something else I spoke about at length at the last hearing was the fact that this one, in combination with Santa Rita, and then the pending application for the property in between the two of them, would lead to a nearly 1 mile long corridor of cannabis growing. And I felt that that was worth referring to when we refer to the Santa Ynez Valley Community Plan visual element and also to the general plan visual element. So those are my general comments on what I would suggest you add to the findings. Do other commissioners have any comments on the findings or anything else? Commissioner Cooney?
Just on the findings, and I think it's important to separate the hearing on the merits from the findings. We specifically continued it for the purpose of reviewing findings for denial, which were, as you indicated, not available to us at the time of the hearing. I don't think that we need to put into our findings every single comment, be it by the parties or the public, in order to justify the decision in this case. It's my inclination here to adopt the findings submitted by staff, the suggestions you make to put in additional reasons why it's in conflict with the visual elements of the Santa Ynez Community Plan and the general plan are perfectly fine. They don't make a giant difference to me. I'm prepared to move forward, adopt the findings, and on that basis uphold the appeal.
Any other comments on the findings or otherwise? Then let me suggest you take another short break, do what revisions you need to do, and then let's get this over with today.
Chair Park, members of the Commission, we can briefly walk through the changes to the findings that were presented, and based on the comments we received prior to the break. Looking on the screen in red shows the change that addresses one of the comments talking about and is located at the western entrance to the Salinas Community Plan area and the design control overlay. And as you scroll down or look through the page of the handout, the paragraph that starts with however, we've also added the similar language as well as added language in regards to this project, in addition to adjacent operations, would create a nearly 5,000 foot long vegetation screen along the highway, which would obstruct the views of that scenic area. So those are the changes that we have made to address the comments by the chair.
Okay. They do address my comments, so that's fine. Any further comments by other commissioners on these changes that have been made by staff? All right, then because it is my district, I'll speak first in deliberations to actually get this done. As a preliminary point, I must say that just as Mr. Conlon has adverted to, I was also somewhat troubled by the end of the day on November 6th, the results. And I guess one thing I can say is that I voted against both projects that were under consideration that day, so at least my vote was consistent. But I can see why Mr. Conlon would comment on that. And I think that this issue of how these three different projects kind of got three different results is going to be taken up by the board, and that's the best place to do it. Maybe they'll blend them in some ways, and maybe everybody will be unhappy and it'll be changed. I don't really know, but I think it's certainly an item that will be appealed, and you should raise the same issues there. Another reason I'm troubled, to be frank, is that I actually felt that this project was stronger than the Santa Rita one, and some of that's personal. I personally like the applicants, and in fact, I thought in Mr. Conlon's presentation in November 6th was kind of a breath of fresh air for me, because he's a trial lawyer like I am and kind of spoke like one, and I thought, well, good for you. And I meant to call him up and say, good presentation. Forgot, sorry about that. So I respect the ideas you've brought up. I think the rhetoric's maybe a little too overheated for, especially in your letter, but it's a free country. But here we are. I think the same considerations that I spoke about at that hearing, I haven't changed my mind. I think they're well addressed in the findings. So I will make a motion to approve the appeal, deny the project, and adopt the findings that staff has prepared as revised. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Mr. Briley, second. Any further deliberations? Then Mr. Villalobos, will you conduct a roll call vote?
Commissioner Bradley.
Aye.
Commissioner Cooney.
Aye.
Commissioner Farini.
No.
Commissioner Blau.
No.
Chair Park.
Aye.
Motion passes 3-2.
All right. We're going to reconvene at 1:30. Okay, so everybody here that's on Herbal Angels, be here at 1:30. Okay, we ready to convene? I think so. We're convened. We're back on the record. And Mr. Villalobos, will you read item number 3 into the record?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of Zoe Carlson, agent to the applicant Herbal Angels LLC, to consider case numbers 18 CUP 32, 18 DVP 9, and 19 CUP 35, applications filed on July 4, 2019, as well as October 3, 2018. The proposed project is an activity within the scope of the Board of Supervisors' approved cannabis land use ordinance and licensing program environmental impact report, 17 EIR 3.
Very good. Do we have any ex parte or site visit disclosures? What's going on? Commissioner Freeney.
Yeah, I visited the site and met with the representatives.
Okay. Commissioner Bridley.
I visited the site a couple weeks ago, but I also spoke with Zoe Carlson, the applicant's agent.
And Commissioner Cooney.
I had a telephone conversation, brief one, with Zoe Carlson about a week ago.
And I visited the site on Monday, and I also drove around and walked around with Steve Junak, who has property nearby. And then I had various miscellaneous minor phone conversations and emails setting up those meetings. Okay. Well, let's go ahead with our staff report.
Good afternoon.
We're ready if you are.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the Commission. Today I'm going to be presenting on the Herbal Angels Cannabis Cultivation Project. And I just want to start by noting that I did provide a memorandum addressing some minor changes to the conditions of approval, which enhance the consistency with the ordinance, clarity, and enforceability. The Planning Commission memorandum includes updated recommendations, recommended actions, which I've also included in my presentation today. I'm going to begin by providing you with background on the parcel and its setting. Here's a vicinity map of the project site. The project is located 3.5 miles northeast of Lompoc and 1.3 miles north of Highway 246. Here you can see that the project, that the west parcel boundaries are adjacent to the Sabata Canyon Tularosa Road existing developed rural neighborhood. The EDRN is comprised of parcels zoned for agriculture and rural residential uses. The parcel is accessed by a private driveway off of Sabata Canyon Road, which is a public road up until the parcel's driveway. Then the remaining northern portion of Sabata Canyon Road is a private road, and in this graphic you can see that the other roads off of Sabata Canyon, such as Avena, are private roads. This is a map showing the surrounding zoning and uses. Nearby uses include a mix of agriculture, open space, and residential. The parcels to the west and south are zoned for agriculture, with a minimum parcel size of 20 acres. The parcels to the north, east, and south are zoned for agriculture, with minimum parcel sizes of 320 acres and 100 acres. The subject parcel is 102.01 acres and is located in the Ag 2 100 zone. Currently, the parcel is developed with an avocado orchard, hoop structures, agricultural buildings, storage containers, frost fans, a water well and irrigation connections, PG&E electrical poles and power lines, and perimeter fencing. The parcel has previously been used for row crops, orchards, grazing, and cannabis cultivation. Now I'll begin with the proposed project. Development for the project includes 2.9 acres of greenhouses for mixed light and nursery cultivation, which would be located in a recessed area along the eastern portion of the parcel. 15.5 acres of cultivation would be located under hoop structures in the northern and southern portions of the parcel, including 4 acres of existing hoop structures. One new 2-story building with a footprint of 6,000 square feet, located in the northern portion of the parcel, would be used for manufacturing and processing. one new two-story building with a footprint of 20,000 square feet located in the southern portion of the parcel would be used for processing and storage. One triplex located in an existing disturbed area in the avocado orchard would include 3 800-square-foot residences for employees. Development also includes a new 288-square-foot pump house located in the northwest portion of the parcel in a disturbed area of the avocado orchard. 2 50,000-gallon water tanks used for treated and pre-treated water and one 200,000-gallon water tank designated for fire suppression would be located near the pump house and water treatment structure. Additionally, one 200,000-gallon water tank for treated water would be located in the northwest corner of the parcel. The project includes approximately 70,000 cubic yards of cut and fill, all of which would be balanced on site. A total of 50 parking spaces would be located near the 2 new processing and manufacturing buildings. The operation would consist of outdoor cultivation, mixed light and nursery cultivation, non-volatile and volatile manufacturing, drying, trimming, curing, storage, and distribution. Power would be provided by PG&E. However, 3 mobile backup generators would be located on site in the case of an emergency. The operation would have 24 regular employees, 3 of whom would live on site. There would be up to 5 harvests annually for the outdoor cultivation and for each greenhouse. Harvests would last up to 10 days, and during these times there would be up to an additional 36 employees. Hours of operation would be from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. from November through February, and 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. from March through October. The project is allowable with 3 separate permits. A conditional use permit is required because the project is located adjacent to an EDRN and because volatile manufacturing is proposed. A development plan is required because the proposed development exceeds 20,000 square feet. Lastly, a minor conditional use permit is required because the project includes the use of more than 5 connections for irrigation, fire protection, the 3 agricultural employee dwellings, and the 2 processing buildings. The project would include the use of non-volatile manufacturing and volatile manufacturing. Non-volatile manufacturing would use solvents in the manufacturing process that are not volatile, such as carbon dioxide. The volatile manufacturing would use a solvent such as butane or propane that is or produces a flammable gas or vapor that, when present in the air in sufficient quantities, would create ignitable mixtures. The manufacturing building would include 4 control rooms where primary extraction would take place. Ethanol would be used for extraction and manufacturing, during which the product would be mixed with an ethanol solution, and a centrifuge would agitate the mixture while the product is contained in a filter bag. Another method would use butane or other hydrocarbon solvents to extract cannabinoids from the product. The extract would be collected and placed in a vacuum oven to allow the butane to evaporate out of the solution. More details on the manufacturing methods are provided in Attachment K, the operations plan. Here are the proposed elevations for Building A, which is to be used for manufacturing and processing. Final approval from the North Board of Architectural Review would be required prior to zoning clearance issuance. And here are the proposed elevations for Building B, which is to be used for processing and storage. The project includes 10,000 square feet of landscaping that would be planted along the southern portion of the parcel, as you can see by the green line on the slide. There would also be a landscaping planted around the processing building. This landscaping would, within 5 years, screen the project from view to travelers along the public portion of Sabata Canyon Road. During the November 22nd NBAR hearing, NBAR suggested that the landscaping plan include a mix of native trees and shrubs in order to look natural. The project includes, Here are views of the project site from the public portion of Sabata Canyon Road. Through the gaps in vegetation, you can see that the avocado orchard, hoops, and processing building would be visible to the road. The proposed landscaping would screen the project from view. And here's an image from the point at which the public portion of Sabata Canyon Road ends. You can see a bit of the project site, which would also be screened within 5 years with the landscaping. Most of the parcel is currently surrounded with wire and post perimeter fencing. As part of the project, the fencing would be topped with an additional wire at 8 feet. The fencing would be consistent with the project's wildlife movement plan because it would allow the passage of smaller animals and would preclude passage of larger animals. Exterior lighting would be located on and around the 2 buildings to be used for processing and manufacturing. These are the 3 proposed fixtures, and they're all downward facing and fully cut off. Here you can see where the lighting would be limited to the areas surrounding the buildings. Further information about the light trespass and lumens is in the lighting plan. At the November 22nd NBAR hearing, NBAR had no comments on the lighting. The project's odor abatement plan includes an HVAC system in which in each of the 2 buildings to control humidity and temperature and to reduce the ability of odor to travel. Portable, high-efficiency particulate air filters would clean and scrub the air in areas used for drying, curing, trimming, and storage. The buildings would also be equipped with activated charcoal and carbon filters to filter the air before it discharges from the buildings. The filters would be located in the areas where processing would occur. In Building A, they'd be located in the trimming and grading areas. On the 2nd floor of Building A, they would be located in the areas designated for packaging, storing, and processing. On the 1st floor of Building B, they would be located in the processing and trimming areas and in the storage areas. On the 2nd floor of Building B, they'd be located in the drying areas. The Transportation Demand Management Plan includes trip reduction techniques such as providing carpool opportunities and incentives for employees, modifying work shifts to minimize commutes during peak hours, and coordinating truck deliveries and activities to occur outside of peak hours. Additionally, 3 employees would live on site, thereby reducing the commutes. The Public Works Transportation Division has conditioned the project based on the number of new peak hour trips, and the condition letter includes development impact mitigation fees that would be due prior to occupancy clearance. Staff prepared a written checklist pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15168, which addresses how the project is in the scope of the program EIR. Attachment 1 to the written checklist includes a site-specific analysis, which addresses the mitigations for the project, 2 of which were for biological resources, including a wildlife movement plan and the habitat protection plan. Attachment 2 to the written checklist is the refined health risk assessment provided by the applicant, which addresses the 3 mobile backup generators. The refined health risk assessment has been reviewed and cleared by the County Air Pollution Control District. More details on how the project is within the scope of the program EIR is provided in Attachment C. As part of the state licensing process, clearances from outside agencies will be required for the project, including from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife and the California Department of Food and Agriculture. Additionally, the project has already been reviewed and approved by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. The project has been reviewed and conditioned by other county departments, including Fire, Air Pollution Control District, Public Works Transportation, Public Works Flood and Clean Water, Environmental Health Services, and Parks. Each condition letter is attached to the staff report. Staff recommends that your commission make the required findings for approval specified in Attachment A, determine that the program EIR is adequate and no subsequent environmental review is required, and approve the project subject to the conditions in Attachment U. This concludes staff's presentation. We're available to answer your questions. The applicants for the Herbal Angels project are also here to answer your questions. Thank you.
And any of my fellow commissioners have questions? Commissioner Freeney?
Yeah, on the placement of the larger building, I would call it out front, how is that site selected?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Freeney, I think the applicant can answer that question in greater detail, but My understanding is that site was selected based on previous disturbances on the project site and minimizing grading.
So as far as staff's concerned, then that's a fine location, and we don't really have a lot of input on that typically, where a development envelope is placed on a property.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Farini, that's a good question, and staff will heavily review the location of proposed development as long as the location is going to be consistent with our code and minimizing grading. Those are some of the considerations that we would take into account. But we'll often work with the applicant to re-site or maybe relocate or rotate buildings as needed.
Okay, I was just curious if there was a criteria that you followed, and it sounds like there is. Thank you.
Commissioner Bridley.
I just have one quick question on the lighting plan. You had it on your slide 10. There's one that is like tall. Slide 10. One on the very left, is that the one that is proposed near the driveway, the entrance to the site, not near the buildings? And I think the lighting plan calls it out as like 15 feet high.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Bridley, I'd like a chance to look back at the lighting plan to make sure I can answer your question properly. But yes, my understanding is these pole fixtures are proposed in the parking areas around the buildings, and I need to review the lighting plan to make sure that's the one by an entrance.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
The applicant will also be available to answer that kind of detailed question.
Thank you.
I have a few questions. Will there be operation at night?
Mr. Chair, the hours of operation would be from 6 to 7. I think from the project description says November through February, and then it would be 6 to 8 for the rest of the year. So that would be the limit on the operation. However, I think that in some kind of extenuating circumstance, if an employee had to be out there in the case of an emergency, there could be activity on the site in the middle of the night.
So I'm just wondering if those buildings will be lit up at night or not. And I don't mean perimeter security lighting or parking lot lighting, although maybe there isn't a need for parking lot lighting when no one's there. But will the buildings themselves be lit up at night?
Mr. Chair, no, that would not be included in the project.
Okay. Another question is, how many of the employees that we've discussed, I think it was 24 full-time, 36 seasonal, and season seems to be about 9 months of the year, so maybe 60 employees much of the time. How many of them are involved in cultivation, harvesting, et cetera, and how many of them are involved in the processing and manufacturing?
Mr. Chair, I think the applicant would be best to answer that question.
Okay. And so here's a final question. And sometimes I ask obvious questions and can't find the answers in the staff report. Maybe it's so obvious to everybody else, I'm just missing it. But can other growers use this manufacturing and processing? I didn't see anything in the staff report. I mean, there's over 6 applications. 6, or is it 8? Just around that EDRN. And if those folks can come over and process their product there and do manufacturing, there may be a market for it. But I didn't see anything in the report that says this is just for this project, these manufacturing and processing facilities, or not. So maybe I didn't miss something that was obvious.
Mr. Chair, good question. That's not proposed as part of the project currently, to have outside growers or cultivators using these manufacturing facilities.
I would say I saw nothing specific that said they would, but I also saw nothing that said this is only for this project either.
So, Mr. Chair, we could tighten up the project description accordingly, but, or add a condition.
We can't, they can. But.
We could add a condition to tighten that up.
We'll just see. It's something for people to speak about then. And obviously the applicant will have their own views on this. Commissioner Cooney, you had some comments or rather a question?
Questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Butler, in terms of your presentation, I was looking at the slides that you didn't get to at the end, past the recommendation, and stopped at the odor abatement contingency plan, item 20. So a couple of questions with regard to that. The first sentence is install buyer's waterless vapor system resembling a fence between verified complaints and the cannabis operation. Am I to assume from that this odor abatement plan would only kick in or start to be effective if there's a complaint about odor?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Cooney, yes, as the odor abatement plan is currently proposed, that buyer system would be installed in the event that there were numerous complaints, verified complaints.
So who determines if that condition has been met so that the abatement system gets kicked in?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Cooney, the permit compliance staff and P&D staff would work to verify those complaints and implement the condition following the odor abatement plan as needed.
Okay, and let me ask, because this is related to the second system, the second sentence there. It says that the gauges that operate this odor abatement system would automatically turn on and off when wind directions change in the direction of sensitive receptors and when certain high odor producing activities occur. What are those odor producing activities?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Cooney, those odor-producing activities would be the harvesting and drying of the cultivation. And I also want to say that the applicant is available to answer more detailed questions about the odor abatement plan and the installation of the buyer system.
I just thought I'd ask you because it's your slide, you know, and I know there's a whole story behind each of these comments, but thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Members of the Commission, there's just one thing I wanted to clarify about the code requirements or allowances, I should say, with respect to processing cannabis grown off-site. So the way the code is written, you have to process at least 10% of what you're processing has to be grown on your site. So if the Planning Commission wanted to restrict that they only processed cannabis from their property, that would have to be added as a condition of approval, because right now under the code they could process from other sites.
That's what I thought, but I
Yeah.
haven't heard anyone talking about this.
Yeah, they're not
think that
proposing it in their project description, and I believe staff asked them.
But that doesn't mean it won't happen if the permit's granted
Correct, and
someplace down the
so
road.
we can include, that's a condition we could add to guarantee that their proposal is
Well,
what they
we'll have to
actually
hear
do.
from the public and the applicant what they all want
Right.
on that. But
Right.
yeah, thank you. Thanks for
Sure.
looking that up. Any other questions from planning commissioners of staff? Mr. Cooney, your light's still on. Did you have something else?
Not right now, thank you.
Okay. Well, then let's go on to the, see, this is not appeal, so it's the applicant's presentation. And I want to take the blame for something. I'm giving the applicant 45 minutes for presentation and rebuttal. And I'm doing that for a very specific reason. One, I always ask people how much time they need, and then I've learned that I have to add 50%. But there's a more serious reason, and that is that I was advised by Ms. Carlson she would make a presentation on the land use, and I think there's complications enough here that it's important to take your time and explain the different land uses. It's a mixture of things. But also, and this is for the benefit of me, other planning commissioners, and the public, I asked that, having heard from Ms. Carlson that the project engineer would be speaking, I wanted the most explicit, careful explanation of the procedures that will be used in the processing and manufacturing as possible. I think it's important that we all know that, so I'm giving you time to do that, and that's what I expect. So why don't you go ahead?
All right, thank you, Chair
And,
Park.
and you split that time as you wish between opening presentation and rebuttal.
Thank you. So thank you, Chair Park, members of the commission. My name is Zoe Carlson, and I am working for DUDEC. I'm the agent for the applicant for the Herbal Angels project. I'm gonna run through as much of the project as I feel I can fit in and leave plenty of time for the engineer to get into those details you want. And of course, we're happy to entertain your questions and provide additional detail as needed. I wanted to start off with the project team. We have a really great team. Avo Vista is the owner and Herbal Angels is the applicant. Avo Vista is represented by Ben Wilkie, who has strong ties to the Santa Barbara community. Both of his father and his sister are teachers locally, and his brother-in-law works for the City of Santa Barbara Fire Department. He received the Medal of Valor for his work in responding to the Montecito mudslides. And he joined with Mark Short, who's here today representing the owner, established business member, and he has a broader vision for this site, which includes not only the cannabis, but a long-term sustainable organic operation of the avocados, which he recently oversaw that organic certification. We also have Josh Jones here today, who's the operations and security director. He comes from a multi-generational line of farmers from Alabama. He was a Coast Guard and became a defense contractor, worked for counter-narcotics, counter-terrorism, as well as counterfeit money operations for the NSA, the DEA, as well as the Secret Service, predominantly in Central South America and Afghanistan. Eli is here representing Herbal Angels, and he graduated from UCSB. He's very passionate about sustainable farming and worked for nearly 2 decades with school children, teaching sustainable practices and farming, as well as working in the local farmers markets. Eli's father is also a doctor in the community, serving farm workers in Santa Maria area for over 20 years. We also have Praj White, who you'll hear from quite a bit. He has led the design and engineering teams for more than 50 successful cannabis projects in the state of California. And he's an expert in both the construction and operations of commercial cannabis facilities. We also have Rebecca Mendebril on our team, who's the project attorney. She is also an expert in this space and has been an integral part of the team overseeing our compliance with state requirements as well as the licensing. Both DUDEC and North Point Consulting have also had several technical expertise that supported the project, including certified professionals in biology, archaeology, paleontology, hydrology, noise, traffic, greenhouse gas analysis, and air quality. We also brought in a local geotechnical engineer to support with the septic system design for the project. The site is tucked into Sabata Canyon Road at the end of the public road, as Gwen mentioned. It's 102 acre commercial agricultural property zoned Ag 2100. The entire site is currently under a Williamson Act agricultural preserve contract and has been since the 1980s. And the property is surrounded by agricultural lands as well as open space and the EDRN, which that proximity to the EDRN is why we have the conditional use permit before you today. The project site is naturally shielded by the topography, with the avocado orchard on the hills to the west and the rangeland on the hills to the east. And the project will be located along the lower elevations following the natural contours of the property. We've been working on this project for nearly 2 years. We started with a planner consultation. We went through multiple rounds of agricultural preserve advisory committee review, as well as submitting the additional minor conditional use permit for the water system. And through this process, we have worked very closely with staff to refine the project and make sure it is consistent with the Land Use Development Code. Specifically, we met with 6 different county departments, both in person and several phone calls, email communication, refining the project, including 6 different iterations to get to the site plan you have before you today. We also had extensive coordination with the Air Pollution Control District, including in-person meetings and the completion of a comprehensive health risk assessment for the project. We've also coordinated with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, the State Water Board, and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for the project. And much of that coordination led to extensive additional technical review and reports. And so this project before you today includes quite a bit of technical analysis that goes above and beyond the Land Use Development Code, cannabis regulations, and feeds into the environmental analysis as well as the comprehensive plan consistency. I'm just going to quickly touch on the proposed project. Gwen already went over this. There is a prime agricultural soil in the lower portion of the project, which is part of the reason we didn't cite the building down there to address Chair Park's question there. We are not proposing any activities in that area. The agricultural employee dwellings will provide much needed agricultural housing for employees, as well as traffic reduction and additional safety and security for the site, having those employees locally. Here's close-up of the greenhouses. I'm just going to run through these quickly because Gwen already touched on them, and Praj will get into additional detail regarding each of these and the operations within each of the buildings. I did want to mention that we did go through the NBAR, and they suggested we adjust the color of the buildings to more earth and sand tones and add additional design features. So we will be adding those in our revisions through the NBAR review. We are also proposing landscape and screening. As Gwen mentioned, there is just a few vantage points along the public portion of Sabata Canyon Road as you approach the site. We are actually proposing screening along the entire southern boundary as well as around the building to shield the site both from the private and the public vantage points along Sabata Canyon Road. The landscape plan you have in attachment J includes incense cedars that were selected because they're on the Santa Barbara County Arborist approved tree planting list for North County, and they also provide a nice aroma as well as a quick growing buffer for the site. The NBAR did request adding some additional native species to the landscape and screening, so we'll be working with them to add those features. And with that, I'll turn it over to Praj to talk about the operations.
All right. Thank you, Zoe. Good afternoon, commissioners and staff. Thank you for all the work to get us to this point. I will specifically try to answer some of the questions that you brought up throughout your conversation. And if I miss anything, please bring me back to that after the conversation. So moving, let's see here. So essentially, you've kind of seen the scope of the project. This project is considered to be a vertically integrated project, and the intention of that is that the plants and the clones will be propagated on site and used on site. They will be cultivated either in hoop houses or in mixed light greenhouses. Then the product will move into the processing building, and that's where it will be dried, cured, and processed. I'll go through that in more detail. I'll show you what we're going to do as the product goes over to distribution and manufacturing. There will be full-time 24-hour security on site, and by keeping everything vertically integrated and on site, it really allows for great control and compliance. I believe that by everything operating together, we truly have an accountable and transparent, compliant cannabis project here. As you will see through the conditions of approval, if you reviewed those, there's always a plan requirement, there's a timing, and a monitoring and implementation. And I feel that throughout those conditions, this project has a lot of oversight and checks and balances in it. The project operation was set up on a schedule so that the mixed light and the hoop house cultivation would fall on similar schedules, so that as the mixed light cultivation would have up to 5 harvests a year, the outdoor cultivation would be set up on schedule in order to have up to 3 harvests coincide with the harvest times on the mixed light cultivation. And the reason for that is that concentrates our activities and minimizes impacts throughout the year on the in the neighborhood and for the project. As you can see, the commercial nursery will operate all year round, and the cultivation will go on all year round. The outdoor cultivation will only be a portion of the year. The manufacturing, distribution, and accessory facilities will be active all year round. To answer the question about is it set up to process or package or work with off-site product, the comment that was brought up that the ordinance allows us to be a business to take on product from the outside. I believe that the ordinance actually says 10% of the product has to be produced on site, but you can bring product in from off-site. Specifically, as this industry matures, that is obviously a potential. And with the other projects in the area, we'd love to be neighborly and help provide that service. I think that the project has to mature, and the other projects would mature before that would come true. But the intention is that the availability is there. We believe that close to 80% of our own activities will really fulfill, how am I saying that? What I'm saying is 80% of the capacity of this project will come from this own site, but there is about a 20% capacity to bring on product from other areas. And I wanted to point out, because of that operation schedule, and you asked about the employees and the operation going on all year, we have 24 employees that will be there all the time. We've concentrated the operation plan so that at each harvest window, there's about a 10-day period, so 2 weeks of work, that we will have that increased staff up to 5 times a year. So we anticipate having larger, 24 people on site year round, with 5 times a year for 2 weeks approximately. We would increase that to about 60 people. And with that, it allows better management for the site transportation demand model. I don't want to go through that in too far depth, but really it's carpooling, modified work schedule to keep the cars off the roads during the peak hour operations, restricting truck deliveries to the site, and incentives for carpooling, and a responsible transportation coordinator. As you guys heard of Josh, who will be the operating coordinator, he will assure that this program is implemented and that everybody who works here takes advantages of the opportunities to minimize traffic on the road. We wanted to touch on the odor. We did look up the Lompoc H Street monitoring station, and at that site, when it's windy, 65% of the time, the wind blows from the west towards the east. And we wanted to just point out from the project site that really there is not a lot of receptors up in the canyon to the east of us. Yep. And as you asked about the odor abatement plan, the way that it was submitted is it was a tiered approach. First, there was a set of transparency in order to receive complaints, document those complaints, alert the county of them, reach out to the complaint, whoever complained, try to come up with a solution for it, implement a program, and if that does not turn out to solve the problem, then the buyer system would be installed. That's how the odor abatement plan is submitted currently. On the nursery, we've indicated in this project that the mixed light greenhouses will be used both for nursery and for flowering production or cultivation. Kind of showed the area here, so depending on the different strains and the timing of the operation, but really mothers will be grown on site. The clones and seeds will be produced to juvenile plants. Those juvenile plants will be all used on site, and as I mentioned before, about 80% of the nursery production will be for on-site alone. And the key to this operation really is in this nursery because it's the genetic management that allows the farm to succeed in the marketplace. Once the plants have propagated to the point, quickly they'll go out to the proposed outdoor cultivation areas as shown. These are hoop structures, and they allow for light deprivation, so there'll be tarps that can be pulled from underneath the clear coat that can be pulled and cover them, and really it protects from wind and dust control to maintain quality product produced on site. The proposed mixed light cultivation greenhouses, shown at 2.9 acres, will have up to 5 yields per year. Inside of these greenhouses, they will be fully lit with automated ventilation control, complete blackout systems, and odor abatement filters will be added into them to help control. I just wanted to point out there that, likely we won't be cultivating all 2.9 acres 5 cycles a year because it's part of our nursery operation. So likely be cultivating about half of that. Water use, we wanted to touch in on water use for the project. We had done a detailed breakdown of the operation and how much water we anticipate using based on our own records, and we came up with that 39.5 acre feet annually is our projected total use for the cannabis operation. It turns out that's almost exactly the same ratio of acre feet used per acre of cultivation or any crop. From, I believe it's the Santa Ynez River Water Conservation District keeps records of how much water is used for various crops. And all of the records I saw from them showed 2.1 acre feet per acre of crop cultivated. Turns out, I think we calculated our own 2.13 acre feet. So we're right in the same ballpark of water use as other crops. When we include the avocados that have been used on site, you can see our total water usage would be 123.5 acre feet of water annually. And based on historic records of maximum crops produced on site, maximum water use in the past was 168 acre feet. So we're about 25% below the historic water use on this property. Additionally, we plan on installing water efficient systems. We will be implementing timers and soil sensors, and chances are that with the implementation of those measures, we'll be able to bring down that actual water use. I'm going the wrong way. So once the product is harvested, it'll be brought over to the proposed processing facility. Within this facility, the product will come in, and just kind of breaking away from the slide, the industry kind of takes the flour that is produced, and it's either used in its fresh or fresh frozen fashion, or it is cured and dried, and you end up with trimmed flour or trim. And so in this case, the product will come into this facility, and it'll be graded and sorted on the first floor in the materials staging and sorting area. And depending on the strain and the product orders and the anticipated retail orders that will come from this facility, product will be moved into the fresh frozen area and stored there, or it will be moved upstairs and the drying and curing will occur upstairs. Once the product is dried and cured, it will be moved downstairs into the storage vault. It'll be brought out for trimming and processing, and then the finished trim bulk product will then be put into storage and stayed in storage until it is commissioned over to the distribution and manufacturing facility. Once the product, which the distribution and manufacturing facility is this 6,000 square foot footprint, the building is 2 stories, and through the building code, I don't know that it means a lot in this forum, but it'll have a business office, F1 being a factory, and S1 being storage. So that means a lot when we go into the building code requirements that this project will follow. It is anticipated that the project will be sprinklered. Essentially, once the product is commissioned over to this facility, the product will be brought upstairs, which is the distribution area. When it's brought in, it'll come in and it'll check in the vault and intake area. It'll be moved to the quarantine areas. In the quarantine areas, we anticipate having a freezer, a cooler, and a humidor area in order to keep the product at its top marketable quality. In the quarantine area, the product will actually be taken and sampled for testing by distribution prior to being moved into it'll either come across the hall into the final packaging and labeling for flour or trim that is being sent to distribution, or the product will go downstairs commissioned to manufacturing. And when I say commissioned, it's really relating to chain of custody required by the state. So as we then go to chain of custody on the manufacturing, the product will come down, and you can see really we heard about the 4 control areas. So first, the building is going to be fully sprinklered. The area where it says hydrocarbon, solventless, ethanol, and post-processing, those areas are going to be constructed as control areas. And I've worked with the state fire marshal's office and building officials throughout the state, and really what we've all come to is that cannabis processing manufacturing really is a factory, and factories are set up that have limits of solvents. In most cases, hydrocarbon is limited to a very small amount. The ethanol is limited to something like 5 or 15 gallons. And in the post-processing area, we won't actually have very many solvents, but there will be a little bit of solvent in there. So the applicant has chosen that those 3 rooms will be a control area. And the reason that I want to emphasize that is then inside the sprinklered facility, each of these 4 rooms will be constructed in a 1-hour rated, fire protected, sprinklered on the inside with all the automated sensors required due to the volume of solvents on site. To take you through a little bit more, typically the product will come in, and one of the products that we like to get through this extraction is actually the terpenes themselves. So the terpene room is actually just a steam distillation process, and there's nothing flammable or dangerous about that when it comes to volatile consideration. Once the product or the right products have gone to take the flavor and the terpenes off, sometimes they will skip that process, and sometimes the product will go through terpenes and then over to the extraction, but sometimes it'll go straight to extraction. When you go into the hydrocarbon room or the ethanol room, it's really no different than an olive oil process or a a lavender extraction or like a rose petal system. These systems are very closed loop. So in this case, the volumes of solvents that are restricted by putting them in a sprinklered building, putting them in a control area, and putting them in with all of the right sensors, the code gives you an allowance for up to 3 times those basic solvent levels. And so then once we're inside of this, we're going to be regulated by the state fire marshal, and really the APCD has a lot to do with the actual end equipment put in, because Santa Barbara County has an air attainment goal for greenhouse gases, and this process involves greenhouse gases, and we've gone through the estimates that the amount of really the operation here is limited by the amount of lost solvent that can be allowed under APCD's regulation. So I guess an example, so pulling the terpenes off in a steam process, a hydrocarbon process is a closed loop certified piece of equipment that comes from a manufacturer, certified under ASTM, approved by the state fire marshal, and has all the sensors in it, and it would be a couple of canisters and a very simple process. I actually had a little bit of a zoom in here of kind of, this is a simple laboratory of equipment in each of these rooms. So as I touched in on, the ethanol or the hydrocarbon room is a straight extraction process. The solvent list could be making joints, infused joints, and water-based extraction processes. The ethanol room, again, highly regulated, very simple process. And then once the products come out of those extractions, they'll be moved over to the post-processing room, where they'll be mixed up, turned into bulk products or value-added products, and then returned back upstairs to distribution for final testing, vaulting, and sent out to sales. I know Commissioner Park, Chair Park, you mentioned that you were interested in some details there. Did I touch in on the details you were looking for as far as the actual process?
I'm not sure exactly which is the manufacturing part. Is that the use of the solvents to get the extracts?
Yep.
That's the manufacturing part.
And really the term manufacturing just comes from, that's what the state license requirement is. It's really a very simple essential oil extraction process.
And then the post-processing, what is that piece of the
that's
process?
like mixing the flavor and a little bit of the extracted material together, putting them in cartridges for vape pens, or remixing them for however the products end up going to retail. So the post-processing, really, there is no manufacturing. That's just where the cook puts everything back together and makes the final products.
So that follows what you've called the manufacturing.
Yes, that's within the purview.
Then you mentioned that after the extracts are removed, there's still some processing of what's left. I didn't quite get that one. Is there an additional product aside from the extracts?
No, really, once the products go, and the waste products, the hydrocarbon is completely closed loop and recaptured to 99+% on that.
That's the solvents?
Huh?
That's the solvents?
That's the solvent.
Yeah.
On the ethanol side, you're 98% removal, and you manage the waste product per the state requirements. And then in the post-processing, really, there is no other solvents brought in, but there are processes that may use a little bit of alcohol to thin the extract or exactly create it for its end product. It's really based on, are you trying to create a product that is smokable, consumable, a patch? So the final activities in that post-processing really aren't that industrial. It's just about how you're remixing the ingredients back together.
Now, what we're talking about now is the extract type products. Will there be other products? I mean, literally, there'll be leaves that are cured and sold for consumption?
Absolutely. Going back, the idea is that, once we come out of the let me back that up again to where did I miss that processing facility? Right there. So really, at this stage, the product is cured, and the final product is dried flour and dried trim. And that bulk product from just buds and trim will be taken over to the manufacturing and distribution facility. At the manufacturing and distribution facility, there may be flour, joint, bulk trim produced, tested, and distributed from that facility. The product may also go down through the manufacturing process and become extracted products to be used as value-added consumer products.
One other thing I don't understand, and just forgive me, I just don't
no
understand this
problem.
stuff. You also have the fresh frozen room, and so some plant material will go into the fresh frozen room and not be dried and cured?
Yeah, it turns out that the fresh product and the fresh frozen product is really the way to get the terpenes extracted off of the product. So when you go to fresh frozen or fresh product and you bring it to the terpene extraction or the solvent extraction processes, you don't, just as something cures, it off gases and you lose some of the, I like to compare it to the bricks count for a wine. It's really the quality of the product that you produced or grew. And so in this case, when you have those quality products cultivated, you want to capture that, the most exciting part of that happens to be the flavor. And so when the fresh frozen process is that we would put it into freezing, store it in the processing building, then when commissioned to distribution and manufacturing and to be brought in, put in our upstairs, in the upstairs quarantine areas, tested for assurances, then it would be moved downstairs through the various process, whatever we're trying to produce. So I guess answering your question, yes, sometimes, and I tried to mention that earlier, sometimes the product just goes from being fresh straight into this manufacturing process. Sometimes it goes into being frozen before it comes into this process, and sometimes it is cured and dried before it comes into this manufacturing process, solely dependent on what type of consumer product you're creating at the end of this manufacturing or production chain.
And the bulk trim and bulk flowers, they're not going to go through the fresh frozen. They'll get dried, cured.
Absolutely.
Do that. But if something's going to be intended for recovery of CBDs or extracts or whatever, whatever your extracts are, that will go into the fresh frozen usually?
Yeah, well, kind of how I look at that is that between the operators and the sales team and so forth, they'll know what the market's looking for, and each crop that comes up, you can imagine you could test it for the strength of concentrations, what its molecular content is, and then determine which process is best for it to go through to get the greatest value out of that product. So it's kind of a decision that's made crop or yield by yield. This crop is going to produce, and at the same time, what are the market conditions behind you? So the facility is set up to be rather dynamic and be able to produce the highest value product based on what the input is and what the consumer market is looking for.
I think Commissioner Freeney had a follow-up question. Is that your light?
Yeah, I do. So post-manufacturing spent plant material, where does that go, or do you use it all?
Once you've done the extraction process, you do have a spent fiber, right? It's pretty much nothing there but fiber. And there is through the agricultural department in the county and the state, California Department of the CDFA, excuse me, I get the acronyms messed up, Food and Agriculture, they have specific requirements for composting areas and disposal requirements. And so that once it goes through those extraction processes, particularly the solvent process, then you're just left with the spent fiber, and that material basically goes to compost.
So you have a compost facility on site then?
Yep.
Okay. Is it large, small? What do you? How much area do you have set aside for that?
The concept is that it's like imagine a trash enclosure area where there's a couple of bins, and you have an arrangement set up with a proper receiving entity for that, be it the landfill or a recycled material you can end up making soil added product. You can mix it into soils, you can mix it back into the soil, but really on that issue, it's really regulated by CDFA and how that waste product is to be managed.
So since it's been exposed to hydrocarbon solvent or ethanol, it's not considered a hazardous waste at that point?
The closed loop systems, so in the hydrocarbon process that loops through, and you, as I was saying, it recoups 99.9 some % of that product, and so it is essentially not a hazard at all. And on the ethanol, it's really like running it through a washing machine with a centrifuge. You kind of heard staff's discussion of that earlier. And the idea is where you spin and spin that until you get that to the concentration that is considered not a hazard. But we're really talking about barely any residual leftover, and then from that point is properly managed based on the product you have.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Leyva, did you have something you wanted to add?
Chair Park, Commissioner Farini, I just wanted to let you know that the composting area is shown on the site plan.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. And just kind of wanted to make sure we were thinking, this is no different than flowers or lavender or olive oil extraction process. It's very benign, very small, and we hear all these horrible stories. Well, this is going to be a constructed environment under fire marshal guidance, under California building code requirements, the building official, and will be operated by educated folks in biochemistry and degrees and processes and safety. So I really believe that when you put all the knowledge that's been built around the state into this issue, this is what you end up with, and it's really considered a standard and safe facility throughout the state. I know the word manufacturing, I just want to touch in, it's really not that much of an industrial process. It's more like a small kitchen. I wanted to touch in that this project has a lot of conditions. There's many pages of them, and I believe that the vision of this applicant, along with the efforts that have gone into this so far, the consulting with all the review and agencies that we have to go through from this standpoint, really will hold this project to a very high standard. And not only is that a requirement from the outside, that is a vision from the project developers. And I feel that you will have the highest and best standard of project here, and something that should be sustainable and serve the community. I believe that your question, we've set this up about the off-site product. This whole project has been set up to be vertically integrated and handle our own on-site production. However, if there is capacity, we would definitely be willing to take on the other product from the other sites if that's something that you thought was positive to the project. With that, conclusion.
Were you, there's one piece that I either missed or maybe you didn't cover it. The distribution piece.
Yeah.
Because you have a distribution building, and I don't recall that you went through that
okay, so
part of the process.
So where I was headed is once we left the processing building,
right,
then we commission it, and it goes over to this facility, and it goes upstairs to the distribution facility. It's checked in.
And this is building A, right?
Huh?
This is building A?
Yep.
Yeah.
So the product, once it's commissioned over by distribution, so it leaves the cultivation and processing, goes to distribution. Distribution takes the product in, quarantines it, tests it, and then either makes the products right there, the bulk or flour and trim products right there, or commissions manufacturing to do the activities that the market conditions want. Then the product comes back to distribution, checked in an intake, put into the vault for final testing and labeling, and then sent out to other distributors or retail. And so in the kind of the idea of nursery and cultivation activities, finish with the processing and curing, goes in the hands of distribution. Distribution decides how much is manufactured or how much is sent out as flour. Once it goes to manufacturing, comes into their hands, final testing and labeling, and sent out. I do, just looking at my notes really quickly, I wanted to touch on the siting of the facilities was based on the function of the property and being able to have flow and access throughout the property and mitigating impacts. The lighting, it's not intended to have this thing operate at night at all. And the lighting shown is really in anticipation of the California Building Code requirements for having a building and the safety lighting around it. Not an intention to light the parking lot. We will do as minimal as possible, but it is the California Building Code that requires those safety measures. And I'll be available if you have any further questions. I'm going to turn it over to Zoe. Thank you.
And then Commissioner Cooney, I believe, has a question for you or something.
I'm not sure this is for you, but
Excellent.
I'm guessing you know about the buyer system and the contingency plan for use of that with regard to odor. So just from staff slide alone, there's a suggestion that the buyer system wouldn't be in place unless and until there's a trigger of public concerns, verified complaints, and so forth. But once it is triggered, it would be set up as a faux fence. I don't understand exactly where that would happen and would like your opinion as to the potential effectiveness of the buyer system under those circumstances.
So you're correct that the current odor abatement plan is a tiered system that if a problem and complaints sustain and can't be managed by other means, then the buyer system would be implemented. The intention of that implementation as a faux fence was that we wanted to set it up so that if wherever the direction of complaints were coming from, that the system would basically be like a smoke screen that any of the smell leaving the site would pass through and mix together and kind of surf in the air forward. I believe that the buyer system is kind of learning as they go of where the most effective ways to go about it. And the time that we put this together, we visioned that kind of smoke screen around the edges would make the most sense. And so as the product, as those smells emanate, and you also asked the activities, they're going to be concentrated into those 5 harvest seasons a year is where we believe that we'll have the most concentration. And based on my research and studying that system, I believe that by putting it as a fence line or between the receptor and the that odor producing activity, you'll kind of have that smoke screen and they'll mix together and the odor neutralization will occur and therefore the receptors won't notice it. That's the intent of the system.
But as an engineer, as an engineer, and with your experience, it seems like that system and its efficacy could be quite a bit different than the plans, for example, around greenhouses in Carpinteria, where the odor producing terpenes and the buyer's system are close in proximity, and I can see how they could bind together under those circumstances. But you're out in the wide open country there, and wind blows and everything else. So, what kind of confidence do you have in this as a contingency for odor?
Well, I guess in my mind, it appears that the buyer system is kind of the industry system that's specifically built to help manage these odors. And the idea of putting it out as a faux fence or a screen, I believe that just as we see in the literature, that you're basically trying to get that the smoke screen would come up, the wind would blow it one way, and the smell would kind of follow and end up mixing in that column. So I believe that the system should find its way to solution, and if it didn't have efficacy in that location, it would have to be continued to expand and add near the greenhouses as you described. So depending on the wind patterns, my opinion is that the smoke screen at the property line in defense of the recepting site made a lot of sense since I'm putting it out in front and screening it. But I understand your comment that the Carpinteria system, they've been putting it right on the greenhouse right next to the vents. The approach that we took was actually seeing like municipal landfills and wastewater treatment facilities. And when you get into those urban environments with those malodors, this was the system of basically the faux fence with that smoke screen. So really my research to come up with that came from how are municipalities handling municipal waste and wastewater treatment odors. So following that standard, that's why I put this forward, feeling that the faux fence made sense here. But I understand that they're putting them closer on the greenhouses, but you don't have space in that circumstance. So I feel following what worked for wastewater treatment and municipal waste was the right approach.
That's answers my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Chair Park, Commissioner Cooney, just to follow on that, some clarification for the record, and if the chair would maybe ask the applicant to also clarify this. It's staff's understanding that this odor abatement plan, and to get to Commissioner Cooney's question, there are already proposed odor abatement systems within the structures where the drying and the processing manufacturing are going to occur. And the conversation we just had is more related to the outdoor cultivation in the greenhouses as far as the buyer system. So I just want to clarify for the record that there is odor abatement systems already going to be installed or implemented as part of the buildings and the structures. And then as the odor abatement plan articulates, if there's issues on the outdoor grows and nurseries, then that would be where this system would be implemented. And it's consistent with what is outlined in the ordinance as far as the odor abatement plan requirements.
Yeah, that's how I read the staff report and the project description. I had a few follow-up questions, but I want to let you finish your presentation, Ms. Carlson.
Before you go off on that,
Commissioner Freeney.
okay, the applicant's shaking their head, and I think it's important that we just close the loop on this, on what Mr. Wilson brought up, and that the applicant, so that there's no misunderstanding
Yeah, will you
to the
speak to that,
public in
what
the
the
future.
other components are of
Thank you.
of the odor abatement aside from the buyer system?
Yeah, so within the areas that we can have a closed loop or containment, which is the drying building or processing building, the distribution and manufacturing building, and the mixed light greenhouses, those are all closed loop enough that we believe by putting the HEPA filters and the carbon filters in there that we will make an impact before it even escapes the structures. And that is built into the plan and will be implemented. And as the staff mentioned, that the screening and the faux fence is more related to managing the smell from the outdoor cultivation, the hoop houses.
And you said that would be expected during the harvesting of the product,
Yeah,
however
so-
many times a year.
Up to 5 times a year. And, to concentrate that, we're going to be harvesting and drying and curing in 10-day windows 5 times a year. However, the odor issue may be a couple weeks longer than that, because as you get into the later stages of the flowering, that's where the smell begins on the outdoor. And in this case, we're suggesting that, you have the avocado hill in between the neighborhood to the west, and you have the large canyon and not many receptors in the direction of the wind. And thinking that may, the solution to pollution is dilution. Old Army Corps of Engineers term. It's kind of the idea that we think may work there.
It only takes one family disturbed by it to be a problem as far as we're concerned.
Yep.
Thank you.
So thank you. These are great comments. Appreciate the engagement. Just wanted to tie up with a conclusion for the site. Overall, this is a component of a long-term project that is really for sustainable long-term agricultural operations for the benefit of the community, including the job opportunities, the very much needed agricultural housing for employees, and the continuation of the site as a vital component of the agricultural heritage of the community, as well as the tax revenue that will be associated with the project. I did also want to highlight that the applicant is really interested in being a very good steward of the land and a neighbor, and adjusting to really accommodate the surrounding community, and is very concerned about not creating any negative impacts to the neighbors. And this was exemplified actually by a neighbor that came up to us during the break and requested that we add an additional area of landscaping and screening to our plan along his property, as well as pulling back the operation from the approximately 70-foot buffer to 100-foot buffer from his property line. And the applicant has agreed to build those into the project description, should you feel that's appropriate. Thank you. We'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay, I've got some, but so do others, and I'll let them ask theirs first. And I think Mr. Freeney was first, and then
You bet.
Ms. Bradley.
Okay, it goes to the neighbor and the 100-foot and the landscaping. So do we condition that, or are we going to be changing the project description? What would be the path for that?
We would agree to change the project description.
Can we do that this late in the game?
So Chair Park, Commissioner Finney, that if the applicant is agreeable to change the project description, then that's within their ability to do that. If the commission agrees, that's sufficient. It's a minor change, so we don't feel it would change our analysis of the project.
Would that be preferred by staff to change the project description?
I think in the long-term monitoring, it would be preferable.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Bradley?
Thank you, Ms. Carlson. I just had a couple questions, and it has to do with the truck sizes for the delivery and the whole operations. I'm not sure if you can answer that, or the engineer needs to answer that, in terms of, are we talking UPS trucks? Are we talking van size? Are we talking double axle trucks? What is the size of those trucks that are going to be involved with the operation, including deliveries and exporting?
Yeah, we're talking UPS size trucks, FedEx size trucks that, may access utilize Sabata Canyon Road anyway for deliveries to the residential area. So we're not talking huge semis.
Okay, thank you. And then can someone tell me where this compost facility is going to be? I thought it was near building B. I saw that on one of the plans.
Yeah, there's a small...
Isn't there 3 maintenance functions kind of grouped together near one of those buildings?
There are actually small blue rectangles dispersed throughout the site, which are called materials management areas.
Okay. So a couple of questions I have. And I warned you what some of them were going to be. So, but one is, I noticed reference to blackout tarps in the greenhouses, and I get it there, but also in the hoop houses, and I don't get it there. What's the function of the blackout tarps in the hoop houses?
It's for light deprivation, and if you would like a more detailed explanation of what that means for the product, I would like Praj to come up and help me out with that.
Well, I'll be really out front in why I'm asking is, if it's light deprivation, meaning not letting anybody see lights that are in the hoop house on the outside, that would violate our hoop house ordinance. If it's light deprivation, meaning keeping the sun from shining in on summer days.
Yes. Natural light, blocking natural light from the plants.
Okay. I had asked a question of staff about the number of employees that will be involved in the processing and manufacturing. If you can break down that 60 employees.
Yeah. I'll have Praj come up and answer that question.
I believe it's included in the operations plan. Just give me a moment to, right here. have a breakdown of that? I thought we did. Well, essentially, the 24 folks were going to be associated with the nursery operation, the planting, maintaining of the, just caring for the plants and keeping them watered, and the operation associated with distribution and manufacturing. Really, in the distribution, it really only takes one person or maybe a second person to oversee that. Very simple process. The manufacturing will not include more than about 3 to 4 people. And those, so if I come up with 2 for distribution, 3 to 4 for manufacturing, that's part of the 24 folks that are there year round. And then the other 36 folks really come in for the harvesting and the processing and the replanting.
So what I was wondering is if you did nothing but cultivate and harvest out there, how many fewer employees would
Really
be
wouldn't change it at all.
there? A handful.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I really liked your slide on water usage because it answered several questions I had in the breakdown of water usage. Is that something we have in the written materials, or is that only in your?
No, we
your PowerPoint?
submitted. I believe we submitted a water use plan. Oh, it should be part of the package that you have today and included in the operation plan.
3.1.
So in our operation plan under 3.1 in the environment, we show what our water use is.
But does
I
it have
don't
that? Does it have that breakdown that you had?
Yes, of how much water each month and where it goes and so forth, yes.
You know, as opposed to what's for cultivation, what's for processing, what's for manufacturing.
Yep.
Great, I appreciate that. One thing struck me when I was out there on Monday. You know, there'll be times you have 60 employees out there, and I got to thinking about something. You know, if those 60 employees were residents, that might be, what, 20, 25 houses? And if I built 20, 25 houses out in that neighborhood, that would be about half of what's in the EDRN right now. And what we would be talking about all day, I can guarantee it, would be sewage disposal. You know, well, how's it going to work out there? And so I'm wondering, what's your sewage disposal for all those employees that are going to be in that kind of concentrated area?
Who was it you worked with?
Pacific Materials Lab.
Pacific Materials Labs locally has a sewage septic design engineer and a geotechnical engineer, and we had them scope the project for not only our proposed construction, but we went ahead and came up with loading, not associated necessarily septic loading for each of the systems, not really associated with number of employees, but occupancy capacity of each of the buildings, which was actually much higher than the number of employees we're bringing. And we had them go out and test specific areas for the residents, for the processing building, for the manufacturing or distribution building. And we've submitted materials to staff that show that the feasibility assessment has been done and the size of the areas to be preserved. On the main site plan within your materials, it actually calls those out, showing the primary and reserve locations associated on the site.
So it's kind of traditional, big, it'll be just some giant septic tanks, I guess, from the occupancies there, and then some very large leach fields, and that's what it is.
3 leach fields.
Yep.
3 leach fields are proposed throughout the site.
Okay, one last question, it's one I warned you of, is so you've got this mix of greenhouses and hoops, and that's very unusual from what we've seen. This is actually the only project we've seen that had that. And it's also the only project we've seen that had greenhouses that were fully enclosed and had the carbon filtration and so forth, okay? So an obvious question to me is, why not all greenhouses? Is that going to be the wave of the future here on this property?
You know, given ability to access power and the ability to build those, what's called the commercial automated fancy greenhouse. But the issue is that there are power needs, there are infrastructure needs, they're very costly, and in this case, you have the ability to take advantage of the natural light and the hoop houses, so it's kind of a combination where you'll have a little bit of product being produced that is consistent with that mixed light greenhouse, which is kind of the high industry standard of product production and low cost. when it comes to, once you add lights to the system, it really changes the number of harvests you can get in a year, and it changes the quality of the product. And so the idea here is that why wouldn't we put those fancy greenhouses everywhere? It's likely cost prohibitive for the vision of this project.
But that's where you'll have the higher quality product.
Yep.
And
so we kind of found a balance of, and really to me, what you guys don't see is that we've iterated through so many designs trying to come up with what the true carrying capacity and optimum project would be for the vision of the owners and the carrying capacity on this site. And what we brought before you today kind of is a reflection of all those things coming together. At one time, yes, the idea is, well, hey, the highest program would be get the fancy greenhouses everywhere. That is true. That is the highest value producing system. However, it's very costly, and there's a lot of infrastructure that goes into that. And we're in Santa Barbara County. We have a beautiful sun and a lot of opportunity to use that to cultivate the plants.
well, thank you for your exposition of the process here. I think we haven't really done that before, and I'm sitting back with retrospect, and I wished I'd done this a year ago to ask people to tell us exactly what the steps are so we don't have any mistaken assumptions and we have a common understanding. So I appreciate you being so patient with us.
Well, we appreciate you saying that, and we appreciate the opportunity to come here and share this project with you guys today. And again, want to thank staff for all of their help in working with us and guiding us through all the requirements here.
Okay, unless there's other questions from my fellow commissioners, Light.
I'm sorry.
Commissioner Bradley.
Chairman Park, I actually had questions with staff and a few discussions, and I also had a follow-up conversation with Will Robertson from our Public Works Transportation area, and I'm wondering if as part of, I know I should have brought this up during staff discussions or questions, but maybe we could ask Will to help us assess some of the letters we've already received as public comment in terms of accident rates and capacity of Sabata Canyon. I think that's going to be a theme we might hear at public comment, but because he's here from Santa Maria, maybe we can have him say a few words early before we hear that.
Oh, I think we should do that. I didn't know you were here. Yes. Mr. Robertson, could you come up to the podium? Should we do it right now? It's okay. I can talk to you.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners.
All right. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. So I'm not prepared to, I guess my preference would be just to answer questions so we don't kind of bounce all over the place. So if you have anything specific, I'll gladly answer that.
Oh, I thought you were going to take 45 minutes and go through the whole transportation process, but I'm just teasing you. Commissioner Bradley, why don't you lead off with what you thought were appropriate things to cover?
Okay, well, thank you again for your emails and also from Ms. Baylor's. But so when I did my site visit, Sabata Canyon's a narrow rural lane, and the county has lots and lots of those. And so I'm wondering if you can enlighten us with what, a typical function of that kind of a road is. Rural with limited access to some homes and large parcel sizes for agriculture, and if there's a presumed capacity of that kind of a road, and also if you have any data about either traffic counts or accident data on specifically Sabata Canyon.
Chair Park, Commissioner Bradley. So let's start with the collision data. That was something that was brought up the other day. Staff went through our collision records to figure out what was going on Sabata Canyon Road. A typical analysis is 3 to 4 years, so I went back to January of 2016 to present day, and that was 2 days ago. And what we found were 3 total collisions over 4 years, so roughly 1 a year. Staff generally looks at those for patterns of collisions. Just going over those collisions, there was definitely no pattern. One was a DUI. One was just a failure to stop at the stop sign at 246. And then the third one was an unsafe maneuver where the driver had cut in front of another car trying to make it down, actually on Avena, before another car came down the road. So definitely no pattern of collisions. However, we went through and ran the collision rates. Standard practice is to look at a collision rate for a roadway and comparing it to the state expected average for that type of road. In this case, it's a rural road, and I don't have the numbers in front of me, but it did come out that the collision rate on this road was lower than the state expected average. It always comes up in a lot of other hearings. Wait a minute, what if it did come over the state expected average? Maybe we didn't look at a long enough time frame. Bottom line is, even if you go over the state expected average on a roadway, that's not necessarily a determinant that the road is unsafe. That's where we could fall back and look at, is there a pattern of collisions that are correctable on that roadway? Once again, I stated earlier, there is no pattern that is correctable. So staff's opinion is the road, based on the way it's being driven right now by residents, does not pose a safety risk. It is not, quote, dangerous. Because it is a rural road, there's not a whole lot of data that we have for this road. So I think the last traffic count we did on this was 2008. There were 350 roughly average daily trips on this road. And based on federal guidelines, roughly anything under 400 ADT is considered a low volume local road. And also, county policy is a little bit lax in this area. The CERC element only looks at roadways and road capacities for collectors and above. So since this is considered a local roadway, the road does not have a specific capacity. So the statement was made that maybe the road doesn't have enough capacity. And it's safe to assume, again, the Transportation Research Board generally says that a local road, actually they're very clear about it. The average capacity of a local road is about 1,000 ADT, but then they clearly caveat that with that's for quality of life parameters only. It's not necessarily that the road cannot handle more than 1,000 cars a day. It's kind of just the assumed quality of life index for a local road, whether it's rural or residential. As I stated earlier, Commissioner Bridley, the actual lane capacities for a rural road, probably 750 cars per lane per hour. So you can do the math and realize that 300 ADT, if we were doing 750 an hour, so 1,500 both directions, over the course of the day is well over 1,000 ADT. So capacity is definitely not the issue here.
That totally covers it for me. I'm not sure if any other commissioners had questions, but that was super helpful. Thank you very much.
You know, this will be a very vague question, but while you're here, could you comment on fire evacuation access? Okay, what change this could have on that for the residents? That's probably the most important issue for some of the residents. If their life's at stake and they're trying to get out of there, is there an issue that's created when you've got a commercial enterprise like this?
You know, I probably shouldn't speak for fire, but typically residents make it work. And I guess the only thing I could say is if this project, whether it's cannabis cultivation or whether it was orchid growing, strawberries, it's going to operate the same. So I think, again, I don't want to speak for fire. The road will function as it always has, and we haven't had a problem with evacuation in the past. But I'm sure the applicant has also built in fire suppression systems into the project that will adequately handle and contain the fire at some point until the residents can evacuate. But
I was thinking, you know, there's also fires that are caused nothing to do with the applicant. They just happen to be there. And you know, I participated in farming, and some crops you go and you plant them and you leave them alone and you come back and harvest them later. 60 employees a day, every day for the growing season is a different story. Okay.
Chair Park, let me add this, is any one-lane canyon road is going to have issues. My family actually has a family cabin off of Highway 166. It's also a single lane road. anytime. We've never been able to access the property either because of flooding of the creek, since the road goes through the creek bed the majority of the way, or whether there was a fire, which there was 2 years ago. Ranchers tend to communicate with one another and open up their ranch roads, and so I'm not specifically familiar with this property or the adjoining properties, but I'm sure there are other means of evacuation out of the canyon other than just Zapata Canyon Road.
Sounds like you're out near Cottonwood Canyon, is that right?
Alamo Canyon.
Okay. All right.
So Chair Park, if I can interrupt as well.
Yes.
I'd like to have staff respond to that question as well. They've had personal communication with Glenn Fiddler from the fire department. And so I
On
wanted
the
to.
evacuation access. Yes, thank you.
Chair Park, thanks for your question about the fire access. So as Jeff mentioned, I have been in communication really closely with Fire Captain Glenn Fiddler, and we have chatted in person about this project. He's reviewed the plans extensively, and he has no concerns with the project. He addressed the comment letters that were submitted, and he feels confident that the project would not have any significant impact on fire access in the event of some fire.
Okay. Anybody have any further questions for Mr. Robertson? No, thank you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, we're now, I believe, at the stage where we'd have public comment, but we're going to take a break first. 5 minutes? It's only 22 speakers. 22? And we're at the public comment stage, finally. And oddly, we have the exact number of speaker slips, exact same number of speaker slips in Santa Barbara as we do in Santa Maria. So what I'll do is a few at a time from each place. So first, we're going to have Jay Valentine, followed by Tracy Farhad, followed by Kelly Rangel down here. Then we'll move to Santa Maria. So Jay, are you here? Is Jay Valentine here? No. Okay, then we'll put Jay in the pile to call later. So Tracy, you are here, and to be followed by Kelly Rangel.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Chairman Park, and members of the audience. Tracy Farhad, representing the Santa Barbara County Coalition for Responsible Cannabis, and our Board of Directors here today. We're also responding about this because Sabata Canyon is within the county, and we do represent all county members. Looking at the findings that basically say that this is approved as a CUP from the staff, we have issues with each one of these findings. I'm going to try to go through them as quickly as I can. First, 2.1.1, the site is adequate in terms of location, characteristics, shapes, and size. You have 51 neighbors with a rural character, and this site is as close as 700 feet to one of those neighbors. We definitely require and feel that you should include buffers and change that project description to include that as previously noted. Next up, also given the amount of cultivation, both indoor and outdoor, 2.1.2 environmental impacts will be mitigated to the maximum extent. It was apparent to us that a full EIR is required, not just programmatic, and especially with activities it said would not have effects that were not examined in the PEIR. This is setting a precedence of a factory of this kind of size and scope that would certainly justify doing a complete EIR. 1.3, streets and highways are adequate. No, we don't think they would be. Not with a skinny winding road, blind corners, and roads that are mostly taken care of by the local neighbors there with that kind of traffic, even with those size trucks that are coming through. Also, the proposed project would generate 30 average daily peak hour trips, but that's including the employee and delivery vehicle trips of known business. That's for existing production, but that doesn't include any estimate for production for other off-site clients. 2.1.4, what about the water supply? There is a shared water element that hasn't been discussed here today, so how much of that is disappeared from the existing neighbors? 2.1.5, health and safety. It's in a box canyon. You have unknown health effects, and it's not just one local business. How will that affect the health of everyone? And last but not least, the odor abatement plan should be required from the get-go for all production, outdoor and indoor, not just complaint-driven, because with that many harvests, you'll get complaints. Let's please be proactive on behalf of those 51 neighbors, especially given that there are so many harvests that are being estimated here. And just to wrap that up, because I'm still in the yellow. So the issues that we have are with a full manufacturing, testing, wholesale and retail on site with volatile substances. That's not suitable to an EDRN with long hours, 9 months plus out of the year. Also, the potential cumulative impacts of over 6 other pending operations on this way, and the factory for up to 80% production capacity with additional clients unknown. Those are our issues. Thank you very much for listening today.
I've got a comment. Although it's fun to clap and hoot and all that, save it for the Dodgers or the Lakers, because we just don't do that here. One thing it does is it slows things down. It also shows disrespect for the commission and its processes, and it also undermines what the speaker just said, because I was remembering what the speaker just said, and now I'm just concentrating on the clapping that goes on. So you know better. Please don't do it. Kelly Rangel? And then we'll move to Santa Maria, and the first speaker there will be Cameron Feliciano. Kelly.
Park and Committee. Thank you for hearing me. I can't see without my glasses.
Yeah, if you move the microphone down to your,
Oh.
there you go.
Can you hear me now?
Much better, thank you.
It's like my phone at home. Can you hear me? I'm Kelly. I live directly across from the Herbal Angels project that is before us today. And I must urge you in the strongest possible terms I can think of that this project needs further PEIR reports, and I do not believe that it's in compliance with the CEQA requirements. Many of these have been inaccurate and do not totally reflect our existing developed rural neighborhood, the EDRN that 51 of us live in. Some of these reports have described our environment as being mostly scrub with no neighbors, grazing land, and ag land, which is so far from the truth. There's so many family homes there. People have invested their entire lives, myself included. I retired there after a long work at employment at Cottage Hospital, and I moved there for the wildlife and the peace and the quiet, so I can see the stars at night without lights and traffic. I am just so blown away by what's happening out there. I've taken photos of the dead deer along the road that couldn't escape the cars. Because I live right across from the entry to Herbal Angels, I just call it the pot farm. I'm subjected to a lot of the traffic and the noise, the lights, the smell, the lack of privacy. I have watchdogs that bark day and night at the cars and the lights, especially at night. I haven't had a good night's sleep in about 8 months, except for the last 3 weeks when they finished harvest and it's been quiet. There's always a guard with his lights pointed at my windows, the whole side of my house. There's nowhere I can escape, even with the curtains drawn. And the dogs just think we're being invaded, and they bark, and I can't live without them. Not there. I guess I should refer to the findings to make sure I cover them all, but I wanted to read my notes so I didn't ramble on. I am really concerned about the health hazards. PG&E came and put a giant telephone pole, replaced the small one was there, and put 2 huge transformers, high voltage transformers on it. And it's right in my view window that I paid a lot of money to have. No one asked me if it was okay, and I'm also concerned about cancer. In fact, I've just recently got word that I need to be worked up for cancer because of a nodule that's appeared in the last 6 months. Water, quality of water. All these chemicals they've talked about putting through their manufacturing process is eventually going to get into our groundwater. I don't care what they say, into our air. There's no way you can just compost it away. They don't disappear. They go somewhere.
Are you about ready to wrap up your overtime?
Oh, okay. A fire concern, traffic safety. Also, I believe that all of these findings here need a review. Like the previous lady said, all of them need an absolute review. Site photos, traffic patterns. What this gentleman talked about was in the past. It's not in the future. And that doesn't apply anymore.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Cameron Feliciano to be followed by Lil Clary.
Hello, my name is Cameron Feliciano, and I am a resident here in Santa Maria, California. I just came to speak in favor of the project. I am not a grower, but I have worked in the tertiary part of the industry for a few years, and I believe that this business would bring a lot of tax revenue to the area. I also believe that sustainable farming practices are important, something that they've talked about multiple times, something that I think that they could spread to the community through to bigger ag operations that are near us, such as strawberries, the viniculture industry and such. Anyways, I'm going to keep my time short. I just wanted to speak in favor of this business, and thank you for your time, and thank you for hearing me out today.
Thank you, Mr. Feliciano. Lil Clary, up there in Santa Maria. And then after Lil's done, we'll have
Good afternoon.
Lee Johnson down here. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
We now have the microphone on. Thank you. Resident of Tepesquay Canyon, and I'm here today because there are so many parallels between Sabata and Tepesquay. Both existing developed rural neighborhoods, narrow winding roadways, blind corners and switchbacks, extreme fire hazard, and other safety issues. Residents of both neighborhoods have experienced truly negative experiences with cannabis, ranging from night-lighted hoop houses with all-night generator noise that take months to get the operators to abide by county ordinances, near accidents with speeding cannabis employees and delivery via trucks too large for the road conditions, including deliveries of diesel and gasoline in large tanker trucks. I have to tell you, I'm absolutely horrified with what I've heard today from fire department and county roads regarding the status of the roadways, the safety, the accidents. I can tell you personally that not all accidents have been reported in Tepesquay Canyon. Fender benders, issues with people being nearly driven off the road by the cannabis employees that don't get reported. But I think the most obvious parallel between Tepesquay and Sabata is that the residents of both areas are totally committed to maintaining their neighborhoods as safe places to raise their families. That's why residents of Tepesquay want you to deny this CUP. Industrial cannabis operations have no place in either canyon. And just in closing, I have a question that's been lurking in the back of memories of and brains of people up here. Could one of the commissioners ask the applicants about the relationship between Herbal Angels LLC, which we can't find in any of the Secretary of State sites for either California or Nevada, and Herbal Angels Company, which is registered as a nonprofit mutual benefit company, which generally cannot sell cannabis products to the public? Thank you.
We have Lee Johnson, to be followed by Clara Cadwell.
Hello. Can you hear me? I don't know if this is important, but it seemed important earlier to mention your family history. I'm a fourth generation from Lompoc, and we come from a farming community.
And you're Lee Johnson?
Yes.
Yes, good.
Yes. And it's a little emotional during the last meeting because this affects us a lot. We are the house mentioned in the report that looks down on the facility. We're 3,500 feet away, but we will hear every backup beeping alarm, factory worker conversations, the smell, the noise. I'm afraid the odor is going to permeate into our house, into our clothes, into everything. I didn't feel comfortable with the explanation of the butane. I feel like it's a small bomb waiting to go off, as we do live on very narrow dirt road and a narrow public road. Fires in the past have caused bottlenecks with traffic coming in to put out the fire, traffic trying to leave, horse trailers trying to get out, people running into each other, looky-loos. I just can't imagine the taxing of our resources. The water alone scares me. I don't know what the osmosis process is, if that has to go back into the sewer or if it can leach back into the groundwater. I'm under the assumption that it can't go back into the groundwater. And we had a question about there was a question. Hold on, I'll get back to that. Well, yeah, we have a 3D view. We will look down on the facility. I'm wondering what PG&E completely sustainable is. Is that solar panels, wind turbines? The wind does go west to east, so we will be getting the brunt of it. And it's not just us. They seem to alleviate to that in the paperwork, but there are 4 other AG 2100 properties connected, and we all will be affected, as well as the EDRN. This is an industrial factory, and to compare it to a factory that we know and love, I can't think of the name of it, the wine company on Industrial Way, where they take in all the grapes and they package it, and Terravant, and they take in the grapes, smash them, bottle them, and give it back to the farmer producer to sell. I don't understand why this facility is going to be in a rural setting that has nothing else like that around it, and it's going to stick out like a sore thumb. And they talk about landscaping, but the landscaping is not going to do anything and not even be tall enough. It should be in an industrial setting, and especially as volatile as it is. We all are deeply concerned about our safety. I have a child. I'm nervous about the safety of the emissions, what can get into the soil, the toxicity, the fire. Will she have a normal life? Will kids be able to come over and have sleepovers with them, or will they see the giant cannabis factory next door and say, oh, never mind? It's going to affect our lives in many ways. And it is, as you said, if it affects one person, it's not good enough. This is affecting the whole entire canyon, the canyon next to it, Tularosa.
Are you about ready to wrap up?
Yes, yes.
Ready to go over time.
And one thing I wanted to say, you earlier there was somebody who said that the future shouldn't be taken into consideration. Well, you guys are the planning division. You're not the reactionary division. So we don't know what's going to happen. It is the infancy of this industry, and things could happen that we have no control of, as in 1849 with the mercury poisoning. The poisoning of the butane could cause long-term damage, if not all the other solvents. Thank you.
Thank you. Clara Cadwell here, to be followed by Tom Peterson in Santa Maria.
Hello, my name is Clara Cadwell. I am also a resident of Lompoc, or I grew up in Lompoc. And I grew up on Tutti Frutti Farms, which is on Santa Rosa Road, so across the town of Lompoc. And there is a lot of cannabis growing on Santa Rosa Road, and I'm actually speaking in support for this project. We started farming on our organic family farm, vegetables, before there was a lot of vineyards out there. And we also had mixed feelings about the vineyards coming in. And I feel like ag land should be open for people to use in a way that they deem fit, in a safe way. I see that cannabis will assist Lompoc City, will assist the revenue of Lompoc. It brings attention to Lompoc that it direly needs. And it's a good location for it. It is an ag area. I've known a lot of the people who are working on this project, growing vegetables with them, and I know that they grow them sustainably and organically. And I'm in support. I also have a certificate of analysis on terpene profiles that I would like to submit for public record. and I don't know how I do that.
You can submit one page,
It's just copies of the same thing. It's just one page.
just one page.
Okay.
Okay, you can submit one page.
Where do I take that? Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so we have Tom Peterson in Santa Maria, to be followed by Renee O'Neill in Santa Maria.
Chairman Park, my name's Tom Peterson. I live in Sabata Canyon. I've been there for 14 years. And I do like your comment on why Sabata Canyon, why they have to bring their factory to Sabata Canyon to impact over 100 residents there that have lived there for quite a number of years. This is a huge project. If you take the number of square feet that their non-permeable roof space of 801,504 and divide that by a 1,800 square foot house, that's 445 houses that's going to be in this project. It's a housing tract. It's it's a big problem for the residents in Sabata Canyon with the roadway there. The fella from the traffic safety committee there at 750 cars on that road a day. I can't even imagine that happening there. The comment was made at a meeting a while back about this being a pharmaceutical product and not an agriculture product. And I believe that today. If you look at the Sentinel, that was the newspaper in Santa Barbara that came out last week, and they interviewed the Bud guy, and the name of his business is called the Pharmacy. Well, I mean, that's a pharmacy sells pharmaceutical products. If you look at the names of some of these other ones, how about Herbal Angels? I mean, are they saving people, with their product? So it is a pharmaceutical product. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you. And Renee O'Neill, also in Santa Maria, to be followed by James Newcomb down here in Santa Barbara.
I have a slide presentation, I believe that's ready to run.
Ms. O'Neill, can you confirm, we have a couple of presentations from members of the public. Is
it-
yours the We the People one?
Yes, it is.
Okay,
dear.
great.
Thanks, David. And from what I understand, David, I can't view anything on this screen regarding the slideshow. I wasn't prepared for that, but I'll just do the best we can. Maybe we can wing it and just shoot. I don't know what to say. It's a 3-minute presentation divided by so many slides. I think it's like 9 seconds or something per slide. Or can you see me? Can I give you a? Go ahead.
Yeah, go do that, and we'll move it. We'll advance the slides.
Will you see me? Give you a thumbs up. Next one.
Yeah.
Or just say next slide.
Yeah, just say next slide.
Okay, sounds good. All right, Chair Park and Commissioners, happy afternoon. I'm going to focus on, as Lil Clary did, the same issues with that overlap Sabata Canyon, and my photos will show this. Are we advancing the slides, David?
Just say next.
Can we
and
go
you will.
go to next? Oh, that's awkward. David, go ahead and just like every, 9 seconds, I don't know. All right.
Renee, can you just
We're gonna just look at-
just let me know what slide you want to be on, and I'll change it as you're going.
Okay. Where are we right now?
We're on slide 2 right now.
Okay, fine. So on slide 2, review all the findings. I think there's a lot that's been said about reviewing the findings on this project. Go to the next slide. This is a kind of a repeat of what we're having in Tepiscay, and so next slide. I kind of want to show how when you live in these isolated regions, next slide, what growers tend to do. I hope we're on the one where the grading at the hill stops, slide 5.
Yes.
Okay. Growers just come out, buy land, and they do whatever they want with it. And next slide, they, for the most part, go unenforced. So we have growers that are given, so we're on slide 6, prior notice of inspections, and this is what the traffic looks like when, oh my God, we're going to have an inspection. Next slide. Everything is removed prior to inspection. Fuel tankers, we have commercial, you can see this in slide 8, J&B Dewar and fuel tanks. I'm telling you, a J&B Dewar commercial fuel tank that fills up gas stations doesn't go up to a farm to fill up a 150-gallon tank. So county has not found their underground source of fuel storage. Next slide. These are containers that are brought in that transport. Next slide. We're on slide 10. Take a good look at the left-hand picture of Tepiscay Road. This is an aerial photo taken from a friend's airplane. And that's what the road looks like. It's just a switchback. And it's narrow, winding, and then we have undivided. There's no division in the lines for the most part on this 15-mile stretch of road. And we have massive numbers of not only these U-Haul type vehicles, big, huge commercial tankers, water tanker that goes down this tiny little narrow stretch of Canyon Road, 3 miles from the top of the canyon to my driveway, and one of the most treacherous places of the canyon. The guy travels this through my driveway 6 to 8 times a day at the peak of season. 80,000 gallons of water being transported across the road. Next slide, we're on number 11. Most of these accidents go unreported in Tepiscay. I happen to live in a place where a lot of people crash too. So this was just a couple months ago, September 11th. Next slide is the water tanker coming down this steep road. I'm grateful the young man that's driving this truck was not injured. And that's, by the way, the 4th water tanker to crash. The other 3 are not documented. Just so you know, this is what I'm saying about people that are talking about traffic and reports. The other 3 are not documented. The next slide is, again, right at the bottom of my driveway. 6 accidents in 2 years, but that's not even a current figure. And then the other concern I have on slide 14 is the workers that work for these non-compliant farmers is very concerning. Just fly through, again, cannabis transport before inspection, keep going, 16, pot going out. In slide 17, the inspector comes up 2 days after all that material, including the truckload of plants, was taken out. 2 days later, an inspector comes up. The day after the inspector's gone, truckloads of pot come back in. We also have number 19, almost done here, trespassers. And last slide, just very recently, trespassers that just have no regard for our property, our personal space. And so this industry is not welcome in isolated rural communities where there's very little enforcement on these non-compliant growers who disregard county, state, and federal ordinances, but are given, just this last year, a 1-year extension on the provisional license to go ahead and grow until July 2020. Now, will you explain that to me? How can somebody who's not in compliance, has multiple violations on their records, oh, go ahead? And as I've said before, it's a pay-to-play game, and in this town, money not only talks and supersedes the law, it is the law, and that's what I'd like to see changed. Thank you.
Okay. We'll have James Newcomb down here, and I understand Jay Valentine's back, so Jay, you'll follow James Newcomb.
Thank you, commissioners and staff, for your time. My name is James Newcomb, and I've been a Santa Barbara resident since 1998. I was an SBCC student and a UC graduate, and I've been working with farms in Santa Barbara County since about 2002. I spent about 10 years in the farmers market. I also worked with Tutti Frutti Farms, Chris Cadwell's farm, Givens, the slew of farms, including some medical cannabis farms. And the reason why I'm so excited to be a grower for this particular farm is because of the team. I have never seen anyone so committed to compliance, as well as organic practice and sustainable practice. I would just like to say that this is an excellent project, and that I'm very proud to be a part of it. And that's about it. Keep it short.
Thank you. So, Jay Valentine, there you go. And then you'll be followed by Jim Dana up in Santa Maria.
Okay, Jay Valentine. I do practice law here in Santa Barbara, and I have an office here in Santa Barbara. I do support the cannabis grow. In fact, I have visited, Angel's Cannabis myself. I went to the location. I was greeted with a security guard armed. They checked my credentials. After 15 minutes, I was allowed to come into the facility. After coming into the facility, I looked around. I was greeted by the manager. After he was greeted, he asked what was my purpose. So I conveyed to him that my property abuts his property directly. So I do have a valid interest in what they're doing. His operation was not only professional, but everyone out there were professional. There was very little, if any, odor, and there was no toxic waste whatsoever. Everything was compartmentalized. So the whole operation, in my opinion, was professional. There was very little traffic, if any. So for me, I'm not a drug guy, I don't even drink. Support what they're doing. They're professional from what I've seen in this operation. Therefore, they get my support for what they're doing, and I have no opposition of where their intentions are, as long as they stay compliant within the rules that you set forth. Thank you.
And where's your property in relation to theirs,
On
Mr.
Flora
Valentine?
Road, 2900 Flora.
So which direction is that? From
I would be west of them, so if
You're
I
just
go
west.
up to the top where their avocados are,
Right.
I can look down at their avocados and also see what they're doing.
Got it.
So,
All right, thank you.
you're welcome.
Okay, so Jim Dana in Santa Maria to be followed by, is it Diane Hertz or somebody Hertz? It's faint. Okay, Jim.
Thank you, Commissioner and staff. My name is Jim Dana. I am the owner and principal of AgriWest. We're based in Apoma, California. We are an agribusiness company providing services to the agricultural industry, including hemp, also cannabis now. AgriWest services that include management, ag development, and agronomic services. I'm a certified pest control advisor as well as a certified crop advisor. We also have another business in Santa Maria, Ag Labs Consolidated. That's our technology house where we provide analytics and provide technology and additional services such as soil, water, tissue testing, as well as irrigation evaluations, spec design and build. I've been involved with Avo Vista Farms / Herbal Angels for over a year providing management and agronomic services for the projects, and involved on and off with previous owners on this property for over 30 years. I was brought in initially for the avocado operation, but have advised agronomically on the cannabis operation as well. Avo Vista Farms and Herbal Angels have defined water and soil objectives for the property. They've implemented in-season sampling and analysis for the agronomic production of both crops. They've deployed a number of technologies that define the highest use of efficiencies for water, nutrient, and pest management, including the use of soil lysimeters, strategic tissue analyses. We have applied pest management products that are organically labeled and conducive to adjacent crops. We did establish the Avocado Grove as an organic certification site, and this includes, again, the use of organic registered products that are conducive to both type of crops. We have set scope and production objectives for both the avocados and the cannabis, and we're in the process of reviewing proposals for retrofitting the irrigation system for improved efficiencies. And to the best of my knowledge, this applicant has met with all the compliance issues that have been put forth to them and strives to improve the property both agronomically and with environmental strategies as well. Thank you for your time.
So we have a poor copy here of a speaker slip. I think it's Diane Hertz in Santa Maria. Is there, or Hertz or Hintz? Is there anybody that anywhere fits that name?
Diane Hintz.
Very good.
My name is Diane Hintz.
And you'll be followed by Jackie Janicki down here. Okay.
Okay, my husband and I have lived in Sabata Canyon for a very long time, actually 43 years. We're here today to emphasize our opposition to what we see as an industrial project. As you study the staff report, I hope you might close your eyes for a moment and imagine that you live here. Thank you.
Okay. Jackie Janicki here, followed by Gerald D. Williams. Also here in Santa Barbara.
My name is Jackie Janicki. I am a retired agriculture high school teacher. I am also a resident in the Santa Rita Hills, which is a little bit west and south of the Sabata Canyon. And my concerns for this area, I've lived out there for 40 years, and I've seen it change a lot. The traffic has increased, accidents increase, the more and more populated it becomes. And now we're seeing industry come into the situation. And the thing is people who live out in these little canyons worry about water, because water is hard to find in those areas. And once we find it, it's precious. Number two, we are scared to death of fire. And when you look at some of the toxin chemicals they're using, yeah, they might be okay. But the thing is what if? I'm sure PG&E goes, what if? That scares the hell out of us. The other thing is the odor. Well, I'm telling you, I don't know how they're going to prevent the odor, but when I go to Buellton and I go to the businesses there, I can smell marijuana. It's there, cannabis. And the thing is if they can't control it in the areas of, I think it might be Santa Rosa Road, I'm not sure, how are they going to do it here? So I'm representing not only Sabata Canyon, not only Tularosa Road, my road, Vineyard View Lane, Gypsy Canyon, Hapgood, and Campbell Road. And the thing is we are all weary of this. Gypsy Canyon has 2 growers down their road. And the thing is the traffic is incredible. The problems are incredible. And it's not fair to the families out there, some of which have been out there for 100+ years, the Machado family. That's just one that I can think of. Finally, the thing that I would like to say is there is a tradition in Lompoc, not Lompoc, that somebody said in the back of the room who's involved in this deal. But we have a great tradition of family, culture of farming, and living in rural areas. And I'd like to see that stay as much as we can. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Gerald D. Williams here in Santa Barbara. Gerald, are you here? Yeah. To be followed up in Santa Maria by Denise Peterson.
Good afternoon. I'm Jerry Williams. I live in Sabata Canyon. I've lived there since 2002, built a house. I'm very proud of what I got. If I really wanted to live by a septic tank, I bet I could have found some property around a septic tank. and built my house. Since we passed the thing in California that we can have marijuana and we can grow marijuana, I smell it 8 days a week. It's morning, noon, and night. They do their harvesting or whatever they call it. That's a 7-day-a-week operation. They start before daybreak. Their tractors, their generators, their lights, they run after dark. And this is 7 days a week. I'm looking forward to having an industrial plant come in. I have some real concerns because, very nice briefing by the way, but you're bringing in 3 diesel generators. And what you usually use a diesel generator for is when you have a power outage. Well, anybody can correct me, but I believe this year in Savannah Canyon alone, we've had 3 power outages different days. So in harvesting, I almost assure that they're going to power up these generators because they have to harvest their product, they have to manufacture their product and finish their product, whatever they do with their product. I don't know. I don't do marijuana. I don't want to do marijuana. It's not my thing. But my thing is I drive the roads. It's hard. I leave early in the morning. I go to work on base. I come back late. There's additional traffic. The roads are narrow. We have no street lights. We have a roundabout that we don't have any lights on out there. We can't even see to turn in to Savannah Canyon. And with this industrial waste, with these generators, forgot to talk about the diesel trucks that are going to have to come up and fill them, by the way.
Sir, you need to speak into the mic.
Well, thank you, and I do appreciate your time. And if you think about us and think about the people who live there, because we vote for you too.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. And also Denise Peterson up in Santa Maria. And she'll be followed by Steve Junak in Santa Maria.
Good afternoon, Chairman John Parks and the Commissioners. I left my notes at home, but after hearing what was said today in the description, I had to speak. Herbal Angels is a factory coming into our canyon, our rural neighborhood. And I would like to know how this is going to benefit the community. Okay, and that was said today. Chairman Park, you also asked a great question. Outside growers coming in to use their facility. We are surrounded by outside growers. We have 6 CUPs in our EDRN alone. So I can just imagine the other growers also using Sabata Canyon as their means to get to Herbal Angels to process their product, whether it be volatile or non-volatile. It also was brought up again about the lights and the odor. They were only going to do something unless there were complaints. So again, here we are as neighbors policing the growers, writing letters, making phone calls to let you know what is going on. And again, sometimes things happen, sometimes things don't. Again, we're talking about growing, processing, and they're going to be doing testing. Is this going to be a testing facility? There also is going to be distribution. Again, more traffic. It was also brought up about the size of the trucks and the vehicles that use Sabata Canyon. Well, I could sit in the mailboxes and watch huge trucks go by. We're talking about soil trucks, fuel trucks, semis, septic trucks. These are not just U-Haul trucks that are being used on Sabata Canyon. We are really literally bringing in a Walmart into our little canyon, and this is a residential area. I want to just quick touch on the fire evacuations. I've been through 2 of these, and Chairman Park, you might be able to relate. I was hauling horse trailers. I was driving horse trailers trying to get out, and you get looky-loos that are trying to come into the canyon. Fire Patrol was stopping everyone at Sabata and 246. They weren't allowing people out. They signaled me to go through. Someone backed up, hit the fender of my horse trailer. Fender went into my tire. I had to stop. Now I've got 6 to 8 horse trailers behind me that can't go out. We do not have any ranch roads for exit, okay? There's one road, Sabata Canyon. That's our only means of exit. Anyway, it ended up being just a big mess. We don't have law enforcement. We don't have the sheriff, highway patrol to really control an evacuation. Now you're going to add the element of semi-trucks trying to get in there to get product out from Herbal Angels, and also additional trucks trying to haul product out. I just think it's just going to be a mess. And I think this really needs to be reviewed and revisited before any decisions are made. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Steve Junak in Santa Maria, to be followed by Joe Barget or Barjay down here in Santa Barbara.
Good afternoon, Chair Park and Planning Commissioners. I want to let you know our timer is not working here, so if you could let me know when my time is up, that would be great. My wife and I live in the Sabata Canyon EDRN. We are very concerned about their proposal by Herbal Angels to grow and harvest large quantities of cannabis in our neighborhood. Their property is immediately adjacent to the Sabata Canyon EDRN and is also highly visible from residences in Upper Sabata Canyon, like Lee Johnson's, and in the Tularosa Road EDRN. The applicants for this project have been growing and harvesting cannabis illegally in Santa Barbara County since 2017. This is not a legal, non-conforming operation by Santa Barbara County's definition. Their partner company, Avo Vista LLC, did not even own the property in January of 2016. The applicants have not been considerate of their neighbors, especially with respect to disruptive nighttime activities. They ran electrical generators all night for at least 2 weeks in early August of this year, and have been operating heavy earth-moving equipment all night on at least one occasion. That was on August 12th of this year. There have been lights on all night in some of their hoop houses, even though such lighting is prohibited under the county's cannabis ordinance. There have been frequent early morning visitors as early as 2 to 3 a.m. in the morning who have disturbed the neighborhood, causing dogs to bark for long periods of time. One can only wonder about the purpose for these early morning visits. Herbal Angels is proposing a massive, highly industrial operation that is not compatible at all with our rural neighborhood. They are proposing a virtual sea of highly reflective hoop houses, an expanse of greenhouses, the triplex, and these 2 large industrial buildings. Because of the hilly topography surrounding the site, these intrusive features are visible from several residents in the canyon. The trees that the applicants are proposing to plant will certainly not screen them from neighbors above them. Sabata Canyon, with a narrow winding road as its sole access route, is definitely not the right place for this highly industrial operation. The hoop houses that are already there are very conspicuous to some neighboring residences, and they represent less than 30% of the hoop houses that are proposed with this project. The proposed development is not a typical agricultural activity and is not visually compatible with our rural neighborhood. In addition to neighborhood compatibility, we are very concerned about the volatile and non-volatile processing. We are very concerned because of the odors that will be produced, the massive industrial buildings proposed for these processing activities, and the increased water use associated with those activities. There does not currently appear to be any restriction in the proposed CUP that would prevent them from processing cannabis from off-site, an activity that would cause even more traffic and disturbance in our neighborhood. Our EDRN has about 55 residences. If you figure that about 2.5 people live in each of these homes, our total population now is estimated to be about 140 people. If the proposed project has up to 60 employees for much of the year, that represents a huge increase in traffic on our narrow road. The estimate presented in staff documents of 30 trips per day seems unrealistically low. What about all of the deliveries of supplies?
Mr. Junak, why don't you go ahead and get ready to wrap up?
Okay. If please do not approve this project as proposed, please ask yourselves if you would like to live next door to a smelly industrial operation like the one proposed. Please consider how the quality of life in our otherwise quiet rural neighborhood would be affected by this project. If you feel that you must approve a portion of this project, please place significant restrictions on the operation. Do not allow any activities to take place after dark, and please don't allow industrial manufacturing of cannabis products of any kind. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so we have Joe. Joe, I can't. How do I pronounce your last name?
It's Joe Bargett.
Bargett.
Good afternoon.
Okay, and Joe, after you're done, we'll have Jeffrey Arndt down here. Go ahead, Joe.
Thank you. I'm Joe Bargett. I'm the general manager of Vandenberg Village Community Services District. We're the water provider and sewer provider for a community of 7,400 people located just north of the project site. I'm here to just talk about one aspect of that, of the project, and that's water. About 5 years ago, the state passed a landmark piece of legislation called the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. What it did, it looked at the 515 water basins, groundwater basins in California, and put them in 4 groups. One of those basins is the San Ynez River Valley groundwater basin. It's one of the 515, and it was rated by the state as a medium priority basin. What does that mean? It means that we have to form a groundwater sustainability agency, which we've done, and prepare a groundwater sustainability plan by January of 2022. The plan is in process right now. It hasn't been developed, but over the next couple of years, we're going to be developing the plan. And I'm just concerned that within this basin, the San Ynez River groundwater basin, one little part of that basin is the Lompoc Uplands Aquifer. That's the aquifer that my community depends on for drinking water for 7,400 people. That's also the aquifer that this project will draw water from. I was pleased to hear that looks like it's going to reduce the water demand from the historical use. That's a good thing for this project, but I'm concerned if that proves to be different, or the cumulative effect of several cannabis projects collectively taxing the basin. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so Jeffrey Arndt. Jeffrey, you here? Okay.
Yeah.
And you'll be followed by Susan Ashbrook up in Santa Maria.
Okay. All right, thank you for allowing me to speak. My name's Jeff Arndt. I live on 2550 Sabata Canyon Road. It's about a quarter mile from the project. I haven't met Eli before today. I've been out there, I don't know, 2 years. He's doing the Viatal manufacturing. You know, I had some concerns about that. He talked to me. He let me know he's following all local, state, and county guidelines. He's got the fire marshal coming out, signing off on everything. People are talking about a big factory. It's going to look like a barn. You know, I don't know if you guys have ever seen an extraction facility before. They have them in Grover Beach. They're not things that pump out smoke. They're just normal looking buildings. A lot of people here are getting off topic. You know, I'm just talking about his operation. I'd just like to say I support it, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. So Susan Ashbrook in Santa Maria, to be followed by Derek McLeish in Santa Maria.
Hi, I'm Susan Ashbrook. I'm a resident of Sabata Canyon. I put together a slide presentation. David, could you please put it on slide 1, and I'll just forward along.
Yeah, we have you, and just let me know when you want to change the slides.
Perfect, thank you. The best description of this project is trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. This massive industrial cannabis grow does not fit into the neighborhood, and most importantly is not appropriate on a narrow rural road. The entrance to Sabata Canyon Road at Highway 246 is not conducive to big commercial operations with added traffic and large-scale vehicles. If you are entering from Lompoc, there is a left turn lane, but if you're entering the canyon from the east, from Buellton, there is no right-hand turn lane. Highway 246 is a 4-lane road with speed limit of 65 and 55 miles per hour until just before Sabata Canyon Road. Slide 2, please. Residents have learned to pull off on the shoulder of the road and wait to safely turn. Commercial trucks, semi-trucks, trailers need to make a wide turn onto Sabata Canyon Road, which is impossible if there is a vehicle pulling out at the same time. This must be corrected by Herbal Angel's commercial operation along with any of the other 6 CUP applications. And it bothers me that your travel expert said something about he's not familiar with this project. I wonder if he's looked at this entrance to Sabata Canyon Road. Slide 3, please. Sabata Canyon Road is a narrow country road with no shoulders. A few years ago, obviously before 3 or 4 years, a speeding car edged off the road, overturned, and did cause a death. Slide 4. Another car passing along one of the blind corners also overturned with, fortunately, no injuries. My husband and I came along that overturned car, and we know he did not report that accident. Slide 4. I've counted 8 blind corners on Sabati Canyon Road leading to Herbal Angels, the most dangerous being the corner of Sabata Canyon Road and Avena Road. At that corner, residents consider this a safety hazard, which will be so much worse with vehicles from Herbal Angels. Slide 5. Twice a day, a school bus and parents navigate this corner. The photograph we took there of the school bus, it's backing up in the blind corner, which, by the way, there were children in that school bus. Slide 6, please. Sabata Canyon residents have tried to get mail delivered to our homes for 30-plus years. Residents have met with 4 UPS supervisors from as far away as Newhall, and it was the narrowest of the roads and no shoulders they found too dangerous for their mail carriers. Approving Herbal Angels will escalate this danger for mail carriers, people coming to collect their mail at the corner, and for residents. Slide 7. Herbal Angels and other CUP applicants sit in the middle of an EDRN for Sabata Canyon and Tularosa residents. Herbal Angels' peak hours of operation are 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. Our roads are inadequate for any of these commercial operations, and especially a factory. Many vistas for residents will change and become a 2-story building, hoop houses, loading docks, and semi-trucks. Herbal Angels is not compatible with the rural and scenic character of this area. Next slide, please. Fire is a real concern for us. Recently, we have been evacuated for fire twice, and there have been 3 fires caused by power lines. One right next door to Herbal Angel, and that one required airdrops. The fire marshal okayed this project, stating the road must be maintained with an overhead clearance of 13.5 feet and turnarounds. What he did not say is that the fire department does not enforce brush abatement, doesn't enforce pruning of overhead trees, volatile processing, and we don't have turnarounds or turnouts. Just interview staff of the police and fire department to ask how they plan on managing an evacuation with added vehicles. I did. I called Station 51 and I heard firsthand that the last evacuation was a nightmare. Don't let our canyon become paradise, California. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll have Derek McLeish in Santa Maria to be followed by Jesse Zaragoza here in Santa Barbara.
Dear Commissioner, Chairman Park, and Commission members, thank you for allowing me to address the concerns of many of our neighbors in Sabata Canyon. As with many Californians, I agreed with Proposition 64 to allow and regulate recreational marijuana, stop the illegal importation and unpermitted cultivation rampant in our state. However, the last 3 years have revealed a systemic regulatory breakdown, allowing unpermitted grows, processing throughout Santa Barbara County, especially in Sabata Canyon, where we've already had 3 busts and could have had a lot more with real enforcement by the county. My wife and I have a residence in Sabata Canyon within the Rancho Santa Rita Estates EDRN and CSA 41. Like most of our neighbors, we don't have lawyers, lobbyists, consultants, or catering services, which are afforded by the unpermitted and unregulated cannabis cash. Santa Barbara County has a poor record of long-term planning. Herbal Agents is the first of 7 cannabis operations proposed by Sabata Canyon, and I would ask you to consider cumulative effect 7 cannabis operations on our residential roads and rural roads. According to your staff report, the project would have a peak traffic generation of 124 average daily trips. 120 of these ADTs were represented by automobiles or light trucks. This loading seems light, very light, with 60 employees, but multiply that by 7 cannabis operations, and the cumulative effect is more than 800 trips per day. Herbal agents should be required to widen the road to 24 feet with appropriate turnouts and shoulders, provide a right-hand turn lane westbound on Highway 246, provide a signal at the intersection of Sabata Canyon and Highway 246. The dangerous intersection at Avena and Sabata Canyon needs further study, is currently very narrow, and a non-H20 compliant bridge. There has already been 1 death, 1 rollover accident, and numerous collisions on this narrow road. Please think long-term and consider the cumulative effects of this industrial expansion on our rural residential neighborhood. No one likes to be informed of the potential safety issues without the ability to mitigate them. You are informed.
Thank you. Next, we have Jesse Zaragoza here, to be followed by Krista Koski?
All right. Oh, can I get the clock here reset, or is it not working? So I could. Okay, yeah, no problem, no problem. Just to make sure I'm on task.
I might have to do it the old-fashioned way.
Oh, I love it. I'm an old school player.
Or I could just start counting backwards
There,
from 180. You millennials can't do anything.
That's fine. Is it going forward?
Oh, how many planners does it take to turn on a green light?
All right, thank you. My name is Jesse Zaragoza, and I'm here again 4 or 5 generations in from mom, dad's side of the family. A lot of people here talk about how long they've been in the county, the pedigree. My great-grandmother's been here, or was here, born, passed, God rest her, God bless her, since 1901 in the county. Hundreds and hundreds of relatives have been here, so trust me. And I moved back here, actually, to be with my family, raise my daughter here. And I just, really, it's tough to come back and see a lot of things happening here when something has been passed. There's a lot of, again, this is the planning and development, right? Planning for the future and planning for the jobs, the opportunity, and the revenue, I think, is really getting missed here. Again, the jobs, planning, right? Opportunity and tax revenue, especially when you have something that's so closely related that is federally legal, which is hemp. And that could be grown here without a problem. Obviously, it'll happen over time. There's due course there, but you would get 0 tax revenue there, 0% cultivation tax, 0% distribution tax, 0% manufacturing tax for the county, correct? And the county right now, I believe, receives 2 to 4% across those segments on marijuana only, cannabis marijuana. These are big opportunities here that I just hope in a community that I've families grown up in, farmed and farmed and farmed. Why would we not embrace another commodity? I know there's objection on that of it not being a commodity, but only future will tell that and what happens there. I really hope back in the 1920s, my grandmother was in some place in Santa Maria objecting to strawberries or broccoli because of the smell getting grown next to her house in Guadalupe or Santa Maria when she was there. I just think we need to embrace change. I know it's getting crowded. The world's getting crowded. Since my life, I've seen 2 billion, 4 billion, over 7 billion people in the world. It's getting tighter and tighter.
we have to adapt and change. I have a lot more stuff, but really, jobs, opportunity, tax revenue. And I support all this that's happening.
Thank you, Mr. Zaragoza. Our last speaker is Krista Stanokoski. If there is somebody who hasn't spoken and wants to, get your speaker slip over there really quick. Otherwise, we're going to be done.
Hi, I'm Krista Stanokoski. I wasn't even prepared to speak today. But I have lived out in Sabata Canyon since I was 14 years old. I've worked for the county. I was in housing and community development, so I sympathize with you guys, with your position. I was CFO. What it really comes down to is I remember in the 80s what my parents went through to build our house in Sabata Canyon. And it was tough. It was really tough. And now, you know, for me to put on a second residence is pretty prohibitive. And there's limits, and I get it. I'm all about being a good neighbor. And I'm not seeing, this is putting a manufacturing facility in our area. It's not, it's plastic blight. It's plastic everywhere. We're not seeing green. We're seeing huge buildings. I mean, there's a limit even on a second residence. There's a limit on the mean height of a second residence on my 20 acres. But yet you're going to put in a huge 2-story building on this, and a number of them. There's property next door to myself that's 40 acres that's up for sale that borders right on this. And I guarantee you guys give the green light on this one, it's going to go to the next one. And now I'm going to be sharing a field with hoop houses. And I've got a beautiful view right now. And we've dry farmed it responsibly for 40 to 50 years. Well, before my parents even bought the property, it was farmed by the Machados. Lighting. My friends come out so that we can see the stars. I don't want lights. I don't want security guards. I want to, we want to be good neighbors. I'm all for agriculture, but if you give the green light to this, there's all these others that are in the works, and they're going to say, look, you gave it to them, why can't you give it to me? And then the fact that they want to, well, if we'll manufacture for other people, so that means traffic going back up the road to manufacture more. I'm just really shocked that we're in this position. So I was born in the Lompoc District Hospital. I was born and raised here. Kind of considered conservative, probably a moderate, which is a dirty word now. And I'm just really flabbergasted that we're at this position that we're at right now. And I just really ask that you guys look overall at the big picture. It's not the only one. We've got 5 or more in the works. And trust me, next door is going to be another one if you say yes to this today. Thank you.
Thank you. No one else has submitted a speaker slip that I'm aware of. And did I miss Santa Maria? Are we done in Santa Maria?
No, sir, we're in good shape here.
Very good, thank you. And this will close the public hearing. No, I'm sorry. This will not close the public hearing. We have to have applicant's rebuttal. Sorry. I assume you do have rebuttal? Okay. How much time do you have left?
And we have prepared just a couple slides.
Okay, you're basically at 15 minutes.
Thank you. So I'll just run quickly through some slides, and then of course we want to, just as we did before, make sure we have plenty of time to address your questions about the project, and of course pull from our team as appropriate to help support those. Perfect. So the first slide, I apologize, this addresses Chair Park's question earlier, and I'm sorry we didn't have this handy. Praj had to do it off the top of his head. But this is our employee plan. It is included in our operations plan, and the numbers you see in parentheses are the numbers of employees within each of these categories of employment. So I apologize that we didn't provide that earlier. I wanted to make sure that we had that in front of you, and it does call out the number of employees for the manufacturing versus the cultivation, consistent with what Praj had represented earlier. and I don't want to switch the slide until you're done taking a look at it. It is in the operations plan, which is an attachment
Okay.
in your binder.
We've reached the limit of my eyesight anyway. for reading that.
I also did want to touch on the fire protection. We appreciate that staff met with the fire department, and we did also, prior to being here today, we sat down with him and recommended that we include a designated tank for fire protection. So we are proposing this 200,000 gallon tank that will be maintained at a minimum of 180,000 gallons exclusively for fire protection. So that's a on-site water reservoir for wildfire mitigation that is not currently available to the community. I just included a couple slides here of the overall site for you to get a little bit of perspective should you want to go back to those. Wanted to touch quickly on the manufacturing also in the conditions of manufacturing product from off-site. There is a stipulation in the project description on the number of solvents, and any manufacturing that happens of product off-site would still need to be consistent with the site transportation demand management plan, as well as the maximum solvent loss and the other conditions of the project. I wanted to touch a little bit on the discussion of the other projects. We haven't worked on any of the other projects that are currently have currently applied in the area. We are not familiar with the details of any of them. This is the map that was pulled off of the county's website on Monday of the active applications. As I mentioned, I'm not prepared to discuss the merits of any of these projects. Those will be things for the county to decide. However, some of the features that we believe are distinctive about our project and that set it apart from both the surrounding properties and the other projects that you have seen is that it is not within the EDRN. There are no private roads that are used to access the site. It is zoned for commercial agriculture, and it is actively under a ag preserve contract that has been established since the 1980s. It's a moderately sized site. We're only proposing 18% of the property for the cannabis cultivation activities. And it is buffered from the adjacent residents through the avocado orchard, the topography, the landscape and screening plan, as well as we mentioned at the end of our presentation, the additional buffer we're providing to the directly adjacent neighbor per his request. And then I'd like to, I'll turn it over to Praj.
Thank you very much. I wanted to start just chatting about the industrial and manufacturing scale. It's unfortunate that the state called this manufacturing because really it's a small extraction process, and 2 of the rooms will have solvents in them, and those 2 rooms are approximately 12 by 16 feet in size with an 8-foot roof and a little contained area. So we're talking about 2 very small rooms that this occurs in. I don't see how that is major in size or scale. I also wanted to touch in on the diesel generators. Those are not part of the activities of the project. Those would be required for emergency backup and production of product. It was mentioned PG&E does offer green power, and that is one of the solutions to APCD in the community. And I wanted to touch in on, cannabis is identified as agriculture by the state. We have been by the APAC, and the use of these barns or warehouses are very not industrial. They are very agriculture and fitting with the Williamson contract that is on this property. And I also wanted to touch in, we heard about all these illegal operations. really there has been so much investment and so much team effort on this project that the applicants in no way want to risk their investment by being non-compliant, and that the conditions and the monitoring included in this project are very thorough, and the applicant is committed to maintaining compliance with all of the regulations at hand. With that, we're available for any questions. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Farini.
Quick question. Somebody brought up where you get your water from, and I'm not clear on that. Could you clear that up, please?
There's an existing well on site that has been producing for the historic 80s. Like I had mentioned earlier, there was 86 acres of agricultural production historically, and this project is putting forward about 64 acres of total agricultural activity on site.
Can I just add to that the Environmental Health Department is overseeing the project, the minor conditional use permit, and we've submitted pump tests, and they're satisfied with the supply of water for the site.
Okay, and then we heard about the San Ynez River groundwater basin deal going on, or what's your involvement in that?
The project team has not been involved in the groundwater sustainability plan development. We are aware of it. It's in its initial phase of development and monitoring the progress on that plan as it moves forward. It does not currently include any restrictions on groundwater pumping.
Okay, and then that's good enough on that. And then on the water tanks, you have all these big water tanks up there. Can you walk me through that a little bit, why you need those?
So there's actually four water use activities on site. We have the avocados, the cannabis, the domestic use, and the fire protection. And so the intention for all the tanks is to have some reserve water. So the intention is that we'll use the well, it'll pump up to the treatment house that is part of the permit here, that will do the reverse osmosis and set the water up for the agricultural use. There will also be additional treatment for the drinking water and domestic. So the water will come up into a raw water tank, go into the treatment facility, be separated into a small reserve 50,000 gallon tank for the agriculture, and another small reserve tank for the domestic uses, and then we'll run down the hill to the fire protection tank that will remain full and only dedicated to the fire lines and the sprinkler systems.
Okay, but your fire water won't be treated.
No, it'll be the raw water go right
Raw
through.
water,
Mhm.
okay. Okay, thanks.
Chair
that?
Park, I have a question, if I could.
Oh, yeah, Commissioner Blau.
Yeah, I'd just like to ask the applicant, we heard some information before, some answers to questions about the size of trucks they're going to be used to either bring product in or deliver product to someplace else. And although I heard the answer was it's more like UPS or it's more like postal, but I don't believe we have any kind of condition that it requires that. And given the concerns about the Canyon Road, although I don't think it's appropriate to not allow the Canyon Road to be used by somebody that has a vehicle that's licensed and insured, I think it might be appropriate to consider restricting the operation from using trucks of a certain size.
If that's a question for the applicant, we believe that the kind of 28-foot box trailer that is typical to a FedEx delivery, that vehicle is standard. Also, pickup trucks with flatbed trailers are something that are used similar to carrying a horse trailer. I feel that's the scope of what we're looking at. If you're talking about restricting, I would be concerned during the construction activities that we would be cautious what we would constrict, but I think the general operation has no need to have 6-axle type highway vehicles or tractor trailer vehicles.
Commissioner
So,
Freeney?
yeah, if I could.
Oh, Commissioner Blau, go ahead.
Well, that answers my question. I just wondered if we can get that to be a part of the condition. Again, the CUP runs with the land, so I'm always concerned that although this operator might do that, nothing preventing him from selling the operation to somebody else 5 years from now and having semi-trucks come in there and making deliveries and fallout. So if we could limit it to trucks of 26 feet in length, or, pickup trucks with trailers, I think that's an appropriate condition.
Commissioner Freeney?
Okay, on the trucks though, I understand wanting to sort that out for the cannabis process, but you also have avocados. And my experience on avocado harvest is those go into bins and those go on big trucks. You may not have a lot of big trucks going out of there. I don't know what your yield is. So I don't know if you want to submit to saying 28 foot across the board, or if you have some other inputs you might want to.
Yeah, I don't believe
in.
we're prepared to discuss conditions on the avocado operations today. So, we'd have to talk to the team if that was under consideration.
Chair Park, Commissioner Freeney, just on that regard, the item before you is just on this cannabis operation, and so the avocado operation on site is not being considered, or there would be any conditions applying to that operation, as it's an unpermitted or we don't issue permits for the avocado operation. It's not part of this project. So any trucks or traffic associated with avocado isn't being considered as part of this project.
I actually didn't understand Commissioner Freeney's question to deal with conditioning the avocado farm. I thought he was making the point that however you regulate the truck size for the cannabis operation, there would be large trucks out there anyway for the avocado farm.
Kind of a hybrid. So I'm of equal opinion as Commissioner Blau on the 28 foot. I think that's a reasonable condition for the cannabis operation. I just wanted to make sure that when we do put that condition in, if we all agree to that the avocado operation is not limited by how we or staff would write that up. Okay. And I think we're all in agreement. Okay.
Okay. Do any of my fellow commissioners have questions of
I have one more.
Oh, you do? Okay, sure.
The avocado orchard seems to be an important and integral part of the whole thing, and I understand we're not permitting it, and it's not part of the cannabis operation, but to me, as going through the site visit, it was advertised by you, the applicants, as being an important part of your operation. I look at it as an important part of the buffering with the trees from the EDRN. And this may go to you, it may go to staff, but I don't know how we make sure that stays ongoing. And what do we do if they do decide they get their CUP and then they go bulldoze all the avocados out? I mean, and we're looking at it, I'm looking at it as part of a buffer.
From the applicant's team, they just went through an organic certification, and with the help of Herbal Angels and Eli's good cultivation skills and looking out for the plants, this year was one of the healthiest yields of avocados on that farm in many, many years. And the applicant is proud of that, and they named the farm after the avocados. And so it is a core piece of the project and production and revenue on the site. So I just put to that's a sign of the commitment of the applicant towards maintaining that operation.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Farini, I wanted to add to that as well. If there was going to be any expansion of the cultivation into the area of the avocado orchard, if that's what you were asking, we would require a new permit for the additional cultivation on the parcel. Additionally, there could be a condition on the project requiring replacement of any avocado vegetation with similar or replacement vegetation as a buffer, because that avocado orchard currently exists in that location.
That's what I was looking for.
Commissioner Blau, were you about to make a statement?
Well, I was just going to raise that same issue that Commissioner Farini did, that, that I would have some concern that it's described as part of the landscape buffer, you know, and I would not want it to have them have the ability to destroy it. But I agree that the language of having a, I mean, I know the avocados have had diseases in the past, and I understand sometimes the only way you can cure it is to take the tree out and get rid of it. So the idea of either replacing it with another avocado tree or a similar type tree so that they maintain the buffer and both landscaping and otherwise.
And, Commissioner Bradley?
Thank you, Chairman Park. I just want to echo that because it's also intrinsically in the analysis about being next to the EDRN. I mean, that is a significant buffer. So I really like staff's approach of, you know, just having a condition that clarifies that if anything was to happen to the avocados, they had to be replaced by a similar crop of some kind to maintain that buffer. It's not just, you know, are the avocados happy? It's that it's part of the EDRN buffer. So thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, I think we're sort of treading into an area about all of a sudden mandating a certain agriculture type in an area where they're currently planting avocados. And I think, as we know, farming in this area of this type of crop or some other type of crop that's not cannabis is by right. So I think if you're interested in having some kind of vegetated buffer between this property and the uses on that edge, that's what we talk about, but not dictating what type of crop that they would need to plant. They might want to plant wine grapes there. We don't know. And I would hate for us to restrict that opportunity for them when you could achieve some kind of buffer with some landscaping on the edge of the property or the edge of the operation. So I just wanted to provide that as information for your thought process.
Okay, are there any other questions of the applicant by members of the Planning Commission? Then now we'll close the public hearing, and we're going to take a brief break. It is on. Good. We're going to reconvene. And so now we have closed the public hearing, and now is the time for staff rebuttal or staff comments, and then we'll follow that with questions of staff by planning commissioners before we go into deliberations. That's the general plan. So does staff have any comments they want to make or rebuttal of anything they've heard today so far before we ask questions of you? Okay. Then let's go into our questions of staff by planning commissioners. Does anyone have questions of staff? I have some, but I'd like to defer to anybody else who has a question first. Commissioner Farini.
Another question of staff for clarity. One member of the public mentioned there's actually 2 EDRNs abutting this project.
Yeah.
And I just thought there was one, so I don't know if you have a picture. You can help me out with that.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Farini, in our records on our layers and our mapping, we title the entire boundary shown on the slide here in green as the Sabata Canyon / Tularosa Road EDRN. So I believe that encompasses the entire area discussed in the public comment.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else have questions, or shall I ask mine? Okay, mine goes to environmental review. My recollection from our October meeting was at October 13 or something like that, and it was on the significance of the programmatic EIR. And my recollection is that Mr. Clement made the point that many, many things, he was comprehensive about this, are covered in the PEIR, but that one thing that might not be was manufacturing and processing. Am I remembering this correctly?
Chair, Park Members Commission, looking at the program EIR, when you look at the project description of the contemplated uses that was analyzed or considered as part of the PIR, it did identify a number of uses that went from cultivation to distribution, and manufacturing was listed in it. So throughout the program EIR, as applicable, it did mention manufacturing as part of what was considered as a use that could be permitted on Ag 2 properties or other areas that allowed for that type of activity to occur. In addition, the program EIR did call out that this specific use of manufacturing is also regulated by local and state other regulations as it applies to either fire code, building safety code, air pollution control district. So all those regulations were also considered as part of the analysis when looking at manufacturing and how it was addressed in the program EIR.
Does anyone recall a distinction that Mr. Clement was making in that meeting? I thought that he did make one. Well, that's my question. Any other questions? Then let's go to deliberations. I think one threshold question we have to answer is how far we intend to go today. And I think what I'd like to do in order to determine that is get input from each planning commissioner about where they are. And we can kind of figure out how much time we need to take to get to where we're going to go. So, Mr. Farini, do you mind starting? It is in your district.
Okay. I think there's a lot to deliberate. I get the feeling from my fellow commissioners, and I want to make sure that we do have enough time to do this thoroughly. It's an important project. I would almost suggest you continue this meeting, and we would start with deliberations at the next opportunity. But
Well, let me ask of you, and I'll ask us of all other planning commissioners, are you ready to make any kind of a general comment on your impressions thus far, or should we dispense with that and go simply to a motion to continue? Again, I'll start with you, Commissioner Ferrini. What would you what would you like to do?
Let's see what everybody else says.
Okay. Mr. Blau, what do you think about this in general?
Well, this kind of reminds me of the olive processing building that we looked at a year or 2 years ago. It's kind of the same thing. The thing that concerns me is that this is the first one of these we're going to approve, and I'm inclined to approve it if I can get all the conditions set right. Example being the 26-foot truck and whatever else we could come up with. So I think a continuance and coming back with a fresh in the morning, not 5:15 at night, would be a darn good idea. And again, I think you could start with the deliberations, but I'm just more going to look at the comments from the public and see if we have the conditions set correctly.
Okay. Commissioner Bradley or Commissioner Cooney, would you care to address this?
Really struggle with these. But I think I really am probably inclined to support the case and would recommend that it be continued for adjustments of conditions and further deliberation.
And Commissioner Cooney, what are you thinking?
Well, it's been hours of this hearing since I decided that the very high standard the project needs to meet in terms of the basic compatibility condition for conditional use permits has not been met, in my view. What would I do to change the project to be satisfied that that the project was sufficiently compatible with the surrounding neighborhood? I think the proximity of the EDRN, the people who have lived there a long time, those that have just moved there, all did so in the good faith belief that they were moving out to the country. And very well thought through cannabis factory next door flies in the face of that. There are conditions that I would suggest, but I'm not at the point tonight where I could say, even with these conditions, I'd be prepared to vote in favor of it on the grounds that it satisfies. I should be specific about what I'm talking about for the benefit of the applicant and the public. It is a finding that needs to be made, and I've got it marked in a different place. But in any event, yeah. In order to vote in favor of this project, we must find that the proposed project will not be detrimental to the comfort, convenience, general welfare, health, and safety of the neighborhood, and will not be incompatible with the surrounding area. This is the neighborhood we're talking about. So can we do that? Can we make this proposed project compatible? It's a stretch. But I jotted down two conditions that would be starting points for my consideration. One is to limit the project description to
the vertical integration of the cannabis projects produced on this facility, not any more brought in for additional manufacturing, and certainly not allowing this project to go beyond its intended scope in the beginning. The second thing is odor control. It seems to me that the public has the burden to, as drawn, the public has the burden to prove that odors are escaping from the project, and that's just the reverse. I think, as we did on our first cannabis approval in Carpinteria, we need to be sure in the beginning that odor is going to be controlled, and that's a basic condition of this project. The applicant was very upfront about it, and I appreciate the engineering input that we had at the beginning of the discussion of the project. But if these odor control fences that were envisioned will have any chance of working, I think we ought to put them in place in advance and have the odor controlled from day one. That's a big ask, but to me, that's required for compatibility. I hear daily from constituents in the first district how unhappy they are with the efforts so far to control odor in the Carpinteria Valley. And I really don't want to have the same fate visited on the people of Sabata Canyon. So that's where I am right now. If I had to vote today, I'd say I could not support the project as presented. Let me speak to that. I join Commissioner Cooney that we'll read a vote today on this project as presented, this particular project without modification. I could not make that finding that the proposed project will not be detrimental to the comfort, convenience, general welfare, health, and safety of the neighborhood and will not be incompatible with the surrounding area. But there's some things I like about this project. I think it's been very professionally worked up and presented, and that the applicant and their agents have been extremely forthright and open with us. I really do appreciate that. I think that it's kind of exciting to me to see a project where we have cannabis being grown in conjunction with another crop. I think there's good things about that we don't even quite understand yet. And I think it's also interesting given that in Carpinteria there's been questions about compatibility with cannabis and avocados, that here we have sort of an experimental thing. I think that's a good thing. I think that another good thing about this project is much of it is kind of tucked away and not so visible. And that's not been true of the other projects that have been in front of us. A major concern, though, is that it is going through an EDRN. It's next to an EDRN. I have probably shot off my mouth too much about how the board passed an ordinance that's got a few holes and ambiguities in it. So I think it's important, actually, that staff take careful notes about what I'm about to say. I think the board displayed great wisdom in the provision that said that when you have a project next to an EDRN or within an EDRN, it requires a major conditional use permit, because that's what triggers this finding I just read. And I think that was very wise. So I hope the board hears that. John Park actually said something in praise of them here. So you'll do that, right? And but that's the crux of it. I personally would be very concerned about things that could just destroy the community. I think the running out of water could destroy the community. I think that in a fire, getting people out of Sabata Canyon, even without this project, given the kind of facilities that are there, is it 54 20-acre parcels, and many of them have livestock, horses, et cetera, it'll be a circus getting out. It'll be a bigger circus if there are trucks coming in or out with some very valuable agricultural equipment and commodities. So I have that concern. I suppose a project that did not have the development on the south, the big building, and the hoops in the front, so that wouldn't be visible, but had the greenhouses, and I'm excited about the greenhouses. I think the greenhouses are a good idea, and I think that's more cannabis should go there. Have those greenhouses in the development in the back, including some building, and that did not have manufacturing and processing on site, is something that would be more appealing to me. And I'm not going to be any more specific about that because we're not at the point of doing that and horse trading over conditions of approval and all that. But that's just my general impressions. So now that you've heard that, Commissioner Freeney, what are yours?
On the top of the list is, and you covered it a little bit, is, the people who have brought this before us, the applicant, and the pains and the detail that they've gone through to bring us this project. Very high remarks. We heard other comments about people just going out there, clearing land, sneaking stuff in and out, and they're continuing to run operations that way. I don't see this operation that way. So I do want to try to work with them as much as possible. I also heard all of the neighbors. We have people that have built their dream homes there. They've lived there 40 years, and they are afraid, they are concerned, they're raising families, and so that's why I said earlier on, it's going to take a lot of very deep consideration, and it's going to take this whole group here, our whole commission working together to find the best project that we can put out. And I don't disagree with what anybody's saying. I think all those things need to be addressed.
And are you inclined to make a motion to continue the matter? Or someone else?
If I kind of got agreement on that from everyone, we're all in agreement. Yeah. I'll move to continue this. Can we look at some dates?
So Chair Park, Commissioner Freeney, the next hearing would be in Santa Maria on December 11th, which is next Wednesday. So recommendation would be to continue it to next Wednesday in Santa Maria. And the recommendation would be, and working with Mr. Villalobos, would it be to put this item first on the agenda? So that way we can continue deliberations or discussions next week. Other than that, then we don't reconvene until January 8th of 2020, and which doesn't have any items on it, and then after that it would be January 29th. So the recommendation would be we could continue this till next Wednesday, and then depending on how the discussions go, either make a decision or provide directions to staff to come back in January with further direction if we needed to.
Let me weigh in on that. I think continuing this to December 11th, just 1 week, is not adequate time. I'm also concerned that we have a matter, the Hacienda Cannabis Cultivation matter, that's set for December 11th, and it will likely be an all-day kind of thing, as these all tend to be. And those folks have continued theirs several times, and they have Dr. Vizuete, who's flying out from, North Carolina, to make a presentation and so forth. So I really am skeptical whether we could do what we need to do on December 11 for this project. Mr. Freeney, what are your thoughts on that?
So does that put us at January 8th?
So, Chair Park, those are the scheduled dates. The only other option would be to do a special hearing.
Oh, like right before Christmas or right after Christmas? Okay, what else?
So those are the dates. So December 11th, we've heard some conversation on that. The next scheduled date is January 8th of 2020 or January 29th, I believe is the 2 dates in January that we have scheduled.
Okay, I'll move that we continue this hearing to January 8th.
Is there a a second? And I know you have your light on.
I'll second it.
Okay. And then
I'll
let me.
second it.
Thank you, Mr. Blau. And then Commissioner Cooney, your light's on. What do you have to say?
I think that this project is sufficiently substantial that, and being the first that's going to affect the Sabata Canyon neighborhood, that we should be less worried about doing it fast and more concerned with doing it correctly. So the intervening holidays are going to impact the staff's ability to prepare anything for our consideration on the 8th. So I'd be inclined to defer it to the 29th and be ready to decide the matter first thing.
Well, let me ask, maker of the motion, Commissioner Farini, would you agree with that?
So Chair Park, before we amend that, I just need some clarification from Commissioner Cooney. As of right now, staff hasn't received any direction to prepare anything. We've heard comments about potential conditions of approval, which we can summarize. If the commission wants us to, in this intervening time, to come back with recommended conditions of approval or modifications of project description, then we'd appreciate that direction, and then we could come back at a later time for the commission to consider those. And that way, when we do reconvene, we actually have some additional information to help the commission in the deliberations or discussions.
Well, then maybe what we should do is meet on the 8th, kind of get on it, and there may be further, questions, development of conditions of approval as we have that sausage-making process that we call our meetings, and there may be another hearing to approve those in their final form.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to just take an opportunity to summarize what I've heard today in terms of the types of conditions the commission would like, because I think we can certainly prepare these. Others may come out of your discussion, but what I've heard is a limitation on the types of trucks that are associated with the cannabis, a buffer along the boundary with the EDRN in the event the avocado orchard is removed in the future, a vegetative buffer, odor control being installed as part of the initial phases of the project, so it's not in response to complaints, but it is in place right away, and then no processing of cannabis grown off-site in the processing facility. So those are the 4 conditions that I've heard in your deliberations today.
Then maybe I didn't speak loud enough. I'm also of a mind, and this is all very preliminary, that were I to vote for this, it would be one where there was no on-site processing or manufacturing of this.
I did hear that. I did hear that.
And also that the cultivation be all in the back, where the greenhouses are, and all in the back. And I think it might be something where, and I appreciate what Mr. White said about, he spent a lot of time looking at different ideas and seeing what would fit and what's economical and what's the best. That's the logical thing to do. And one idea to look at might be more greenhouses or something and putting it in the back. I don't know. That's their job to do and think about. It might be a different model. Might be more approvable. So I'm not arguing with you. I'm just suggesting there were more things than what you described.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I had sort of looked at those as changes in the project description, but they could certainly be conditions
Well, you're
as well.
right.
Yeah.
So, Commissioner Cooney, hearing all that, what are you thinking about timing still?
I think the timing is appropriate to continue this to the 8th and be ready to indicate what conditions we'd like to have added to the project as a group. And then we could move it to the 29th. The staff would have the opportunity to draft those, so we'd have new conditions, revised project description, and vote it up or down. I want to add one concern I have. We had graphic testimony as well as several individuals who live there and know better that the road itself, Sabata Canyon, is, with the prospect of increased traffic, going to be dangerous. and notwithstanding the possibility of fire escape, I'd like the applicant to work with staff and come up with some kind of improvements to that access road, either at 246, as was suggested, or further along where it can be done. Not that it's been mandated by the fire department evidently, but as a resident of a high fire area with limited escape, I think this applicant should be willing to either have a limit on the number of vehicles on site at any one time, and we've done that in numerous other projects, or be prepared to contribute to improvements of that narrow portion of Sabata Canyon.
You know, it's interesting you bring that up. I've represented a winery. This is before my planning commission days, that was putting up a tasting room on 246. And basically, you learn if you talk to anybody who's along 246 and interested in a tasting room, Caltrans and thus the county will require that you have a left turn lane and certain other improvements that don't even exist at Sabata Canyon Road for all those people. And the client in particular that I represented, the cost of that was going to be basically $1 million. So it's it's a serious issue, and some folks are forced to deal with it. But we aren't going to deal with it today. So,
Commissioner Park,
yes.
when you're done, I just want you to recognize me again. Sorry.
Yes, I am. And so I was about to ask for a roll call vote on this motion, but why don't you go ahead and make your comment, Commissioner Blau?
I just have one more comment on the road improvements. I agree with you, and I think that staff should look into making some of the improvements that were discussed. And yes, we can have the applicant pay for it. However, I do believe they're able to get credit against their traffic mitigation fees that they're going to be paying part of the AB 1600 fees. So it's kind of like if we could get together with Mr. Robinson between now and the 8th to find out how much the traffic mitigation fee is and how much of it could be used to make improvements to that intersection or the road or whatever you want to do. It's a great way to do it. And frankly, there's a couple of real benefits to that. One is if we have the applicant do it rather than the county do it, we're not forced to pay a prevailing wage, so it gets done for a lot less cheaper, so you get bigger bang for your buck. But if they could check to that before the 8th, it would, I think, might be helpful for us.
Thank you, Commissioner Blau. Are there any other comments and deliberations on the motion from planning commissioners? If not, then Mr. Villalobos, could you conduct a roll call vote?
Commissioner Bradley.
Aye.
Commissioner Cooney.
Aye.
Commissioner Farini.
Aye.
Commissioner Blau.
Aye.
Chair Park.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Before we leave today, I want to bring up a subject that's near and dear to my heart and Commissioner Blau's, I think. Commissioner Blau, remember you and I asked for what it would take to revise our hearing schedule, in as much as so much of our business is North County business these days. And you and I were both thinking that perhaps instead of having 2 hearings in Santa Barbara a month and 1 in Santa Maria, it ought to be reversed. And we talked about how would we go about doing that. And I think that's a policy that's set by the board, not by us. But we brought it up, and I think the idea was going to be we'd hear a recommendation from staff of how to go about doing that. I'm not asking you to do it today. I'm just wondering, when would we consider that? Is it something that would come up in December 11? Because Commissioner Blau made the point when we discussed this before that the sooner we do it, so it's established for the year and can be calendared, the better. Am I describing that correctly, Commissioner Blau, your concern?
Yes, that sounds great. I believe it's, I must be confused. I thought we made a recommendation every year to the board as to what the meeting schedule was going to be, and they approved it. So, I don't think it's difficult to go back and ask the board to accept a different schedule. Just make it up now and submit it to them.
Chair Park,
Yes.
Commissioners, Commissioner Blau. So just to recap our conversation last week, and Mr. Villalobos, I don't know when it was last week because all blurs into one day. Mr. Villalobos and I started looking into it, and the meeting location is set for this location as the meeting location. And that's it. I think it's in the procedure manual. So to change that would require us to, or us meaning the Planning Commission, to generate a resolution to the Board of Supervisors to change that aspect of it. And that, we're looking into that, and if we could do a resolution, that would maybe, I don't think we're going to have that ready for next week. And even if we did, it would still not go to the board before January to effectuate any of those changes. So we're putting the schedule for next year together already, and we'll be able to present what the schedule is. However, I think as Commissioner Blau indicated last week, and as we've been practicing this year, the commission has the ability to change those meeting locations as needed. And so as we move forward into next year, and if there's a need to alter those meeting locations, we can do that as we've been doing it this year. And then we can, Mr. Villalobos and I can work with the commission as far as the resolution or making those changes or recommendations to the board on that meeting location.
Mr. Cooney?
I think we're probably dangerously close to discussing something that hasn't been agendized, but there is another side to the question of where we meet. It isn't just the convenience of the commissioners. It has to do with staff and the cost of having our meetings changed. Now, when we get around to discussing it, I just think that the financial implications ought to be taken into account. Staff ought to have the chance to prepare those for us. It certainly sounds to me like we can continue as we did this year and set those monthly in advance if the proposed projects on our calendar suggest it. But in any event, let's take it up whenever we can, as Mr. Wilson has suggested, and have a full and open discussion of all the alternatives. And if we need to make a more or less permanent change, then we can do it or decide not to do it.
Well, you're right. It might be done on an ad hoc basis. I just think of today. We had 3 North County projects, and we had as many people up in that room as we did here. And it just kind of tells me that it's better that we all 5 meet together and that we're there with the whole public. And if most of the public's in the North County for a given thing, we should strive to have the project up there. I mean, I know it can be an inconvenience to staff and others, but I think the public comes first. And Commissioner Freeney, you...
Yeah, I think additionally what we had requested was to get that room up in North County reserved for Planning Commission on a regular basis for us, so that then staff could decide if I've got 3 Santa Maria or North County issues, then the meeting goes there. Right now, staff is confined because they only get that room on that prescribed Wednesday, I believe. So maybe staff could circle back around and work on reserving that for us on our Wednesdays. We don't need the one that we're still not going to meet when Montecito meets, so it's a pretty set calendar, and then that would allow us the freedom and flexibility. It would take into regard the good points that Commissioner Cooney made as well.
So my understanding that was actually the direction that you gave originally. So before the last time we talked about that, that's actually been done. And so there were only 3 exceptions when the room wasn't available, but that 3rd meeting of the month, I have the hearing room reserved both for North and South County, so we could have it in either.
That's great. That really is good. Yeah, I'm glad it's on your radar screen. I really appreciate that. Okay, let's adjourn. Good night, all.